We are thinking the first heifer calf class should be at ringside. We are poised and ready to strike. We are ready to start the 2025 Bonanza Open Show. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the first class is coming into the ring. 751, William Chubb with WC bar, 59L Lady Nixie, 3N. 753, Elizabeth Schaub with Sky Nevada, 365N. And 352, Luke Ulmer, Sure Shot 98G, Miss Peg, 1N. Just a pleasure for all of us this morning to have Riley LaFrance here sorting through these animals on the polled side. Riley, along with the rest of his family, own and operate Wheatland Cattle Company near Bienfait, Saskatchewan. The operation consists of 350 Simmental and Angus cows. They hold an annual bull sale every March, selling bulls to both seed stock and commercial producers. This spring will be the 21st annual sale and will offer 100 Simmental and Angus bulls. This year, they bred and raised both the national champion Angus bull at Farm Fair International and the Agribition Grand Champion Simmental female, who went on to be declared Supreme Champion Female. Riley is a graduate of Kansas State University and was a member of the Reserve National Championship Livestock Judging Team. He was also awarded an All-American Livestock Judging Award, which combines academics and judging performance. Judge Riley has judged at every major show in Canada and several throughout the United States. Pleasure to have you here today, Riley.
Well, good morning, everybody. Certainly a privilege and an honor to be here today to work with your young people in this National Junior Hereford Show. Great class here to start the morning. These heifer calves, I think a pretty easy class one in my opinion here on the top. February heifer calf that just very cowy and maternal in her look. Really like her in terms of her rib and her body, and just very practical, I think, and sound. I think she's the type that just develop into a great yearling and just the kind you want to have a pen full of. Heifer here in second obviously gives up just a little bit in terms of performance. She doesn't just have quite the width there and substance, but I like her kind. The red-eyed heifer, she's red-necked, really good in her pigment. Heifer that's got some body and some practicality to her, just doesn't have the performance and just substance. There's our class winner. The heifer here that comes in three, she's probably as big boned and as stout as any of them. We like her in terms of her muscle shape and the dimension there she's got down her top. She wants to fight just to halter a bit. I think she's a female. We could just rearrange her in the build of her hip and her hind leg there just a little bit. Gets a little tighter there and uncoordinated. Really good class here to start. Congratulations to these young exhibitors. Really nice class.
Thank you, Judge LaFrance, both for your comments and for placing the class. Winning this class, our congratulations goes to 753 Elizabeth Schaub, Sky, Nevada, 365N. Second goes to ring number 751 William Chubb, WC bar 59L, Lady Nixie, 3N. Third place to ring 352 Luke Ulmer, Sure Shot 98G, Miss Peg, 1N. So William and Elizabeth will be returning to the ring for our heifer calf champion. Coming into the ring now, ring number 353, Sophia Bussman, CSR Rosie Pie, 1N. 755, Parker Davis, DGB Key Largo Insight, 2N. 509, Chloe Wagner with KLR Salad, 9N. And 355, Tegan Heineman with Teague 22H Valerie, 524N. For those of you that don't know, my name is Bill McConnell. My beautiful young wife, Leanne, and I claim to be major Hereford breeders. If you let us count the grandkids, we're going to be calving 8 cows next year. But we do try and stay active with the junior program. And certainly it's a pleasure for both of us to be here at Bonanza in 2025. I think our first one was actually 03.
It's a really nice class here. These four females, I think, in my opinion, it becomes a top pair of females here. They're obviously the higher performing pair of females versus the other two, but these two I really like. A little bit different in terms of their type and kind. My class winner, I think, for me, she's just nicer through her front end than the heifer that's in two. Like the way she lays in there at her shoulder. She reads there with a bit more extension there through her front end. She's a little nicer right in through her chest floor and just her jawline. And to me, she combines that look and that added smoothness still with plenty of power. To me, that's the second stoutest heifer in the class. She's got plenty of rib and body. We like her on the move. Her lines are so good. Her length and her levelness, I think everything proportions very well. The heifer in two, that's the biggest, the stoutest, the highest performing heifer. Certainly appreciate that about her, and those type of cattle have a lot of value. To me, compared to our class winner like we talked about, she just becomes a little plainer there from her shoulder forward, a little more dewlap there and chest floor. Nothing wrong with that. I just think our class winner just ties it together, a little more fashionable package. Heifer here in threes, a little bit greener. I certainly really appreciate that about her. Really like that youthful look. She's so feminine there about her head, very, very maternal in her look. She's a heifer that just gets a little shorter there from hooks to pins, doesn't have quite the substance of bone and foot size compared to the two above her, but I think a female that as she continues to grow and mature, you're going to have a very nice project. Heifer here that rounds off the class, young lady brings a really nice heifer calf that's very level, got some length of body. Just like to fix her there in her hip and her hind leg as you watch her go. She does just get a little bit out-horsed in terms of performance. Really good class there, really nice pair on top. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Riley LaFrance. Winning the class, ring number 509, Chloe Wagner with her KLR Salad 9N. Second, congratulations to ring number 755, Parker Davis, DGB Key Largo Insight 2N. Third place to 355, Tegan Heineman with Teague 22H Valerie 524N. Fourth to ring number 353, Sophia Bussman with CSR Rosie Pie 1N. Coming into this class, our final heifer calf class, 357, Lila Harvey with Harvey Miss Candy ET 77N. 358, Tinley Harvey with Harvey Aubrey 41N. 359, Madeline McCauley with SNBR HM 2069 Nicole 113N. And 757, Emily Stewart with GHJ 354 Maple Nicole 7N.
It's a really good class, a January heifer calves here again. I think we see 4 females that there's a lot of value in. There's a lot of good and useful parts in. Again, I think I say a top pair, but at the same time, I think the heifer that wins does so rather handily. That's just my type of cattle. She's good to look at. She's attractive and feminine. I love just the body and the rib that you find in that female. And as you back off the cattle, just how maternal she is in her rib and back into her flank. You step in the rear view here right from where I am, and she's got some spread to her hip and some dimension. That's just a good kind of heifer that is pretty useful in different parts of the country. You can sure appreciate that type. The heifer here in second, I think most closely resembles her just in terms of shape and rib. We like her boldness. She's really good there out of her hip. Nice there from the side profile. She's one compared to our class winner. I think obviously gives up just a skosh in terms of performance. As we watch the heifers get out in the go, she's got just a little extra bend there to her hind leg. Would just like to square up there just a nickel, but really like her kind and her stamp, and a really good pigmented heifer as well. Again, really a big statured, really long and extended heifer here, comes in 3. She has as much length, the body, as any female here that we've seen today. I'd just like to soften her up just a little bit to get her here from the side profile. She just becomes a little concave there in through her rib and in through her flank, but love the performance, love the power. Just like to see her a little bit deeper. The same goes for her heifer here that rounds off the class. Young lady's done a really nice job. Very smooth and feminine. We like her length and her levelness. She just needs to be a bit stouter and a little bit just more pulled apart just for the extra frame and length that she represents. Really good class. Again, congratulations to those young exhibitors.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. Winning that class, 357 Lila Harvey with Harvey Miss Candy ET 77N. Second place goes to 358 Tinley Harvey, Harvey Aubrey 41N. 757 goes third place, goes to 757 Emily Stewart, GHJ 354 Maple Nicole 7N. And fourth place goes to 359 Madeline McCauley with SNBR HM 2069 Nicole 113N. Back in the ring now, we have 753, 751, 509, 755, 357, and 358. This is your heifer calf champion and reserve. I should take time to recognize more of the committee, but I do see BJ Shearling and his wife Jody down at the far end. BJ's not only been on the planning committee, but has been barn boss here for the entire week. Having been in that role a couple times, I can tell you it's a thankless job, and it's a lot of work and frustration. However, I think things have gone very well this week. BJ, thank you very much. If you just give us a wave, we sure appreciate everything's gone on. Thanks very much.
I think just an awesome set of heifer calves here on our pulled side of things as we get ready to pick a champion heifer calf. But give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause. They certainly deserve it. A great group of kids and outstanding heifers here this morning. Not going to go back and through and talk them all. We'll keep going here at a pace. We got a few to get through here today, but again, I think these type of cattle, you know, these heifer calves that are out in front of us represent what I like anyway. I mean, females that have some volume, have some dimension. They look like cows, but they still have some presence and femininity. And like I talked about before, I think they work in a lot of different environments. So just the right type of cattle that I think as we progress them into yearlings, this front row or even these second places, they're the same type that can come back here next year and stand here a year from now and be awfully competitive. And as you take them further on down the road, more importantly, they're just the type that are going to make good cows. And so I commend you, young people and breeders and everybody who's had a part to get them to this point. It's not always easy, and you've done a terrific job. So with that, we'll get you a champion in reserve here again, but if you will, give these kids a round of applause.
Heifer calf champion goes to ring number 357, Lila Harvey with Harvey Miss Candy ET 77N. Congratulations, Lila. And reserve goes to ring number 509, Chloe Wagner, KLR Salad 9N. Good job, ladies. Congratulations to everybody back into the Heifer Calf Championship drive. Can we get the champion in reserve to stay for a quick headshot, please? Sorry, girls. So if we could just have Lila and Chloe just for a quick headshot, please. And then we'll start right away into the yearling division. Thanks, guys. Are we ready to go, Grace? Sorry? All right, I think I've got the high sign. I see a parent over there adjusting the numbers on the back of a show harness, speaking partly as an observer and partly as the announcer. Man, does that ever help if they have the correct number when they come into the ring. So thank you very much. Coming into the ring first, 360, Luke Ulmer with Sure Shot, 695D, Miss Classy, 1M. 361, Lila Harvey with Harvey Miss Princess ET, 216M. 759, Pryor Fenton with FE 61J Lead On, 122M. And 761, Hudson Clark, FE 61J Lead On, 80M. So one more. And 762, my apologies, over the page, folks. 762, Hannah Lees, Blair Athol, Dixie Bell, 140M. These heifers range from June 29th all the way up to April 7th, so almost 3 full months age range in this class.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams.
really good class here to start this yearling heifer division. The top pair is very close in my opinion. Both of them are extremely high quality females. There's some trade-off amongst them. Honestly, you could talk your way either way. I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer. I guess at the end of it, boiled down to me, I just think there's a bit more length, there's a bit more extension, and her class winner is just smoother from her shoulder forward. She's a little neater right in through her chest floor and her throat latch. She's got a tick more in terms of frame size. She's definitely the longer bodied option of the pair. Is she as deep, in the center portion of her rib and back into her flank? No, she's not. I still think she's adequate in that regard. If I could tweak her just a little bit as we watch that class winner go, she just gets a little bit tight in her hock, and that's where I think it makes it close. I love this heifer in second in terms of her body and just her function and kind. Just looks like such an easy-doing, practical kind of female. She's got just a little bit of front end. Doesn't honestly really bother me too much. She's still plenty feminine. She's got just a tick bit of navel, a little heavier in terms of her condition. I don't read her to be quite as fresh. There's our class winner. There's some trade-offs in those heifers. I don't think anybody's right or wrong. They're both awfully good. The heifer here in threes, the big stout power heifer in terms of frame size and substance and length. She's the big heifer for sure that you're quick to gravitate to. Just a little too coarse probably for my type. She becomes a little bit rounder and bolder as you study her. But young man's big bone. She's stout-ended. There's a lot of performance in your heifer there. Kind of the flip side, the heifer here that comes next, a little bit more moderate, a little greener in terms of her condition. I read that female to be very feminine. She's nice in her lines, just gives up too much performance compared to some of these heifers in front of her. I'd like to fix her there in the build of her hip and her hind leg there just a bit. I just think she's a sounder option versus our heifer that rounds off the class. Heifer there that concludes the class. She's big, she's heavy, she's stout. She just needs to be sounder for me today. Good class again, exceptional pair on top. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Riley. Winning that class, 361, Lila Harvey with Harvey Miss Princess ET 216M. Second place goes to ring number 762, Hannah Lees, Blair Athol, Dixie Bell 140M. Third place goes to ring number 759, Pryor Fenton, FE 61J Lead On 122M. Fourth place goes to ring number 360, Luke Ulmer with Sure Shot 695D Miss Classy 1M. And rounding out the class, 761, Hudson Clark with FE 61J Lead On 80M. Currently in the ring, we have ring number 669, Chloe Wagner with KLR Tess 25M. 763, Kennedy Mans with PBHR Reba 106J 107M. 527, Warren Westerland, DGB Copperstone Maiden 6M. Ring number 765, William Dundas, CBB Charlo 38G Cora 319M. 530, Riley Smith with JAC LL4J Hope 30M. And 766, Caden Lishka with ANL 70H Randy 101H 137M.
Another really good class here, Yearling Heifers. I think a class that has some challenge and some sort. To me, anyway, I don't think it just lines itself up drop dead easy by any means. I think there's some pros and cons, and you know, some things you weigh out in your mind. I guess I ask myself at the end, you know, which one would I rather have 100 of and just turn out, and which ones we just want to have a pasture full. And I guess that's why I landed my class winner. You know, to me, she isn't extreme anywhere, but just her body type and her structure and her rib and just her maternal look and image, I think allows her to win the class for me. Sure, I'd like to clean her there up at her navel. You could chisel her just there a little bit through her front end, but I think in the big picture, she's sound, she's big-bodied, she's maternal, her teat placement is right, and I'm just the most comfortable starting her. I just think she's the most complete female. Heifer here in second, kind of the intriguing female, highly presented. She's got that smoothness and that look up there through her front end. I would like to just change the shape there of her head a little bit. She's a little broader there. I'd like to make her a bit more feminine. And as you watch that female go, just the build of her hip and hind leg there could be just rearranged. But she's big boned, she's stout-ended. There's a lot of rib and power there. Heifer here in three, I think just follows in nice. Again, a bit more moderate just in terms of her frame size. Really nice pattern female. Young lady does a tremendous job with. She is one that just gets a little bit plainer there through her front end. She just doesn't have quite the performance, but I think a good, sound, functional type female. Heifer here that comes next is really an extended type female. She's very nice up through that front end and the way she lays in through her shoulder. I just like to see her a bit deeper. I just don't think there's quite enough there in her lower third back into her flank, but a good pattern female that's plenty sound. Heifer here that comes next, again, really big bodied. She definitely has more rib than the heifer there that just went out in front of her. I guess as we watch this heifer get out and move, I get a little more suspect the way she moves there out of her front end and her hind leg there just a bit. Like to see her go a bit freer and easy, but a big bodied, very, very good type of heifer. Heifer here that concludes our class, again, female that's got some shape and some rib. Same thing, just gets a little bit plainer. Like to rearrange her up there through her front end. Just kind of falls out of class from a balance perspective, but some good useful parts to her as well. Congratulations again, great group of kids and cattle.
Thank you, Judge LaFrance. Coming out of the second heat of the yearling heifer class, congratulations to our class winner, 530, Riley Smith with JAC LL4J Hope 30M. Second, congratulations to 527, Warren Westerland with DGB Copperstone Maiden 6M. Third place goes to ring number 669, Chloe Wagner with KLR Tess 25M. Fourth place goes to ring number 766, Caden Lishka, ANL 70H Randy 101H 137M. Fifth place goes to 765, William Dundas with CBB Charlo 38G Cora 319M. And sixth place goes to 763, Kennedy Mans with PBHR Reba 106J 107M. Congratulations to all the participants, especially the class winners, Riley and Warren. In the ring now for Heat 3, we have 767, Tyson Dundas. We have 369, Matthew Charlton. 768, Kylie Chantler. 769, Rowan Shire. 368, Sophia Busman. And 770, Steele Silvestre with Square D Lady Spencer 657M. Just a quick reminder, it sure makes everybody's job easier and more interesting for the spectators if we do have the correct exhibitor number on in the ring.
Again, I think another really good class here on our yearling heifer side of things. A class, again, I think has some challenge, and you kind of got to, figure out where you put your priorities and kind of what you like. I can see a lot of controversy, all the way through on kind of how you line them up. Heifer that wins, I guess, just as time goes on, she's obviously the big framed, really stout, bold, powerful heifer. If I could tweak her as we get that heifer into motion, I do think she needs to move a bit better. She probably does become just a little bit coarse to me at times, but I don't think there's an upgrade in the class that can get around her just in terms of mass and power and performance. Would like to see her go a bit better. The heifer here in 2, to be honest, on the stand when the young lady gets her stopped and parked, that's my class winner. The problem is when she gets into motion, she isn't good enough out of her rear leg and wants to push at her hawk. I think she has to be second for that, and that's where I question her. But on the stand, I do really like that female. I guess the heifer here that comes in 3rd is the heifer that doesn't, blow you away anywhere. But as you step back and look at the cattle, there's also just a lot of things that are just pretty darn useful about her. She's really sound of the top trio of females. I think she's the soundest. She's tremendously big body and easy fleshing. She does become just a bit plainer there up through her head and neck. She is a little bit flatter there right in through her hip. But I think fundamentally speaking, a very correct female. The red-eyed, red-necked heifer here that comes next, really intriguing female through her front end. She's fresh and feminine. She just needs to be deeper for me. I don't see her soft enough in through her rib and back into her flank. I like her lines. I like her presence. Did a nice job presenting that heifer. Just needs to see some more lower third in that heifer to work up any higher. Heifer here that comes next, I think, again, just very fundamentally correct. A female that's got some length and some levelness here as the young lady gets her stopped and parked. She does just get a little shorter there from her face to her shoulder, a little compact there in her front end. I would like just to rearrange her hip and her hind leg and square up there from hooks to pins as she goes. But very nice teat placement. I like where those teats are set and on the corner there. That's a good, useful type female, going to be a nice cow. Heifer here rounds off the class. Big frame, very extended. Just needs some more body and substance to go with that extra frame. Good class again. Congratulations.
Thanks, Riley. Congratulations to our class winner, 769, Rowan Shire with A&L ACDT 174, Jada 115 ET 134M. Second place goes to 768, Kylie Chandler with PCC New Mexico Lady 4055 ET. Third place to 767, Tyson Dundas OSR 133J Destiny 2M. Fourth place goes to ring number 369, Matthew Charlton JAC 137J Duchess 29M. Fifth place goes to 770, Steel Silvestre with Square D Lady Spencer 657M. And sixth place goes to ring number 368, Sophia Bussman with Misty May. Currently in the ring, heat number 4 in the first division of the bred heifers. 539 is James Rand showing A&L JNR 40K Willow 144K 127M. Ring number 772, Francis Beaumont, Glenlee's 112 Etta 100M. 773 is Emily's showing Glenlee's 112 Nuance 94M. 774 is Becca Lee's with Glenlee's 24E Cameo Girl 92M. And 370 is Jade Charlton JAC 1J Connie 14M. For many of us, the open show is the most exciting part and of course, the dramatic conclusion for any Bonanza week. But I just hope that the young people here realize the opportunities and can take advantage of the opportunities they've had here to learn and grow and make new friends, have new experiences. In some cases, come out of your comfort zone, do some things that you maybe wouldn't do if you were just at home with your brothers and sisters. And it's just, I just feel it's a wonderful opportunity, certainly for our family. Whenever it's realistic, we certainly try and take part in just a wonderful event. And my congratulations to the entire committee for putting on a wonderful week for us, a wonderful program this week here in Olds. Thank you to everybody.
That's a really good class. Definitely some heat in here, and I think this top trio is really, really good. And they're all probably at little different stages, and there's some differences amongst them. You know, I do think as the top trio, as I step back there and look again, it's pretty hard, I think, to separate the two heifers just on top here today from where they're at. You know, our class winner, I just like that mass and that boldness and just how cowy she is in her look. There's so much body and substance to that female. I like her in terms of her shape there as you get in behind her. Her teat placement looks very nice. She's plenty good enough there on the move in terms of her feet and legs. You know, maybe gets just a little thicker there on the top of her neck at times, but when you get that much from your shoulders back, we're not going to pick on you too much. Same goes here for the heifer in two, just so cowy and maternal in her look. I really like her here from the side in terms of her depth and just that broody look that she represents. Compared to our class winner, she just wants to run downhill just a skosh. I don't think she's right as good right behind her shoulder and down her top line there as our class winner, but I really, really like that heifer's type and kind. I guess the heifer here in three is kind of the heifer I'd be curious to see what happens as time goes on, because Stop Standing, in terms of her presence through her front third, she's the best in the class by a mile. I guess my question is there quite enough to her to go with that? And that's why I'm just a little bit hesitant on her. Initially, I wanted to call her green. I'm not so sure she's quite as green as what you think she is as you study her right around her tailhead. But I love that extension there through her front end. Her lines are spot on. She'll give you a killer look. If she continues to do the right things on into fall, could be awfully good. Today, I just question, is there quite enough to her to go ahead and get around the two on top? The heifer here that comes next, really good and practical in her type. We like her body. You know, her mass is really, really good. There's a lot to her. She just becomes quite a bit plainer. She kind of falls out just from a balance perspective compared to that top trio. The young lady's got a lot of useful parts in that heifer as well. Red-necked heifer here that rounds off the class. She's got some length, some levelness. She's very feminine. Just like to see her go more flexible on the move. She gets a little tight and rigid there off both ends. Really good class again. 3 very, very nice heifers on top. Give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you very much, Riley LaFrance. And just on a personal note, sure appreciate the wonderful constructive criticisms right down through the class. It's just a pleasure to listen to. Winning that class is ring number 773, Emma Lees, Glenn Lees, 112 Nuance, 94M. Second place goes to 539, James Rand, A&L JNR 40K Willow, 144K, 127M. Third place to ring 774, Becca Lees with Glenn Lees 24E Cameo Girl 92M. Fourth place goes to number 370, Jade Charlton with JAC 1J Connie 14M. And fifth place goes to Francis Beaumont with Glenn Lees 112 Etta 100M. Congratulations to everybody. Back in the ring now. We have the first and second placed individuals from the first 4 bred heifer classes. This is the junior yearling female class. We have 361 Lila Harvey. We have 762 Hannah Lees. We have 530 Riley Smith. We have 527 Warren Westerlund. We have 769 Rowan Shire. We have 768 Kylie Chantler, 773 Emma Lees, and 539 James Rand. Congratulations to these 8 individuals. They're already winners.
This junior division of yearling heifers here is very, very good. If you will, give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause. Like they said, we're moving along at a pretty good pace here, and this is a good division, so I'm just going to run through the class winners here just real quick. And tell you what I see. If you agree, that's great. And if there's some differences at the end, well, I guess it's just going to be what it's going to be. Our class winner here up front, we like her in terms of just that pattern and that extension here right from the profile. Young lady gets her stopped and parked. We like her length and her levelness. She's so feminine, very fresh, and I think just striking. We talked about her in class. She could just get a nickel tight there at her hock, but really like the pattern, the presentation, very feminine, very high quality. The heifer there in the second class, like we talked about, that was the kind that if you just turned out in the pasture in that particular class, we're just most comfortable with her kind. Big-bodied, really deep-sided. She's flexible there in terms of her structure. She does become just a little bit plainer there through her head and her neck. We could freshen her up just a skosh, but in the big picture of things, that's good quality livestock. The heifer here out of our third class is obviously the big performing heifer. She's one of the biggest framed heifers we've probably seen here up to this point. Big structured in terms of her footwork and her bones. She's stout-ended, very bold like we talked about her in class. You know, for some might be perfectly fine. To me, she probably pushes just the edge a little bit of just getting a little bit coarse and round, but I still appreciate a ton of things about her. I think a very unique breeding piece you can do a lot of different things with. Our class winner there, I guess, would be out of our fourth class. That was a good class like we talked about. I thought the top trio were really nice. Just hard not to like that type. You know, she's got some shape and some substance to her. She looks cowy and maternal. Like we talked about, we could pick on her just a little bit there. She's a little thicker there at the top of her neck, but at the same time, like we just talked about her in class, there's so much there from her shoulders back, and ultimately the big picture of this is they got to make a cow at the end of it, so I don't really worry about it one bit. But she's highly presented, very, very high quality female. Same goes for all the seconds. There's a ton of quality and a ton of good on that side of the line, and some of the heifers that we sent back to the barn again. So to me, there's a pair of them that fit together really nice. If you will, give them one last round of applause. We'll get you a champion in reserve in this division.
Champion in the junior yearling division, 773 Emily's with Glen Lee's 112 Nuance 94M. And reserve out of that same class is ring number 539, James Rand, A&L JNR 40K Willow, 144K 127M. Congratulations to Emma and James. I think we're going to try and get a quick headshot now, do a bit of a presentation, and we'll move as quickly as we can into the next class. We do understand it's a lot of work getting these animals ready, but we are trying to run the show on a schedule. So please, exhibitors, we do ask you to try and get your animals up here to the ring on time. All right, new class, new division this year. Exciting times, ladies and gentlemen. Coming into the ring, 775. Hannah Penner with her heifer. Roselawn Ridgely, 254 GET, 21M. 371. Jackson Lees with Blair Athol, DJ Yes Lady, 74M. 372. Cole Hewitt, Moorhaven 1K Estelle, 23M. 548, Landon Springford, RSK 91H Miss Firefly, 73M. 777, Kyla Lees, Glen Lees 69H Artwork, 58M. And 778, Kennedy Mans with PBHR Shakira, 33F, 75M. If you see some of the delegates presenting a little sheet of paper to each of the exhibitors as they leave the ring, we'd like to thank Circle K for providing a slushie or a Slurpee for all the exhibitors in every class, and appreciate their patronage in that way. On that note, I might just take a second and recognize some of our other sponsors. The ongoing Bonanza legacy sponsor is Copper Creek Ranch at Princeton, BC. Gold sponsors include DLMS and Trow Nutrition. Silver sponsors, Balog Auction Services, the Keith Gilmore Foundation, Golden Oak Farms, and RSK Farms. Bronze sponsors include Braun Herefords, Llewellyn Cattle Company, Canadian Hereford Digest, Fenton Hereford Ranch, the Canadian Hereford Association, Holden Herefords, the Canadian Junior Hereford Association, MNP, Dallas Farms, and the United Farmers of Alberta. I'm sure that this evening some other members of the Canadian Junior Hereford Association will take a few minutes and recognize the entire committee that helped put this wonderful event on. On a personal note, I would just like to thank that group on behalf of my family and I. And of course, for me in particular, I've had the opportunity to sit and work with Gabrielle Cheremchinsky for most of the last few days. It's just been a pleasure getting to know that young lady. I know how hard she's worked, how hard she continues to work, and I hope everybody can take a minute and acknowledge Gabby and her entire committee for what a wonderful week we've had here in Olds, Alberta.
Really good class here to start this next division. And again, I think a pair on top that, a lot different in terms of type and kind. And if you like them the other way, I don't have a problem with that. To me, the heifer there that wins, where she beats the heifer in second, is just out through her hip and the way she handles her top line, into her loin, and tailhead and hip and hind leg set. I think that's where our class winner is just more fashionable for me. Very like her body and just her rib and how maternal she is here from the side image. She's very good in that regard. She's not as stout and she's not as big boned here as the heifer that comes in second. Like we talked about, I just like the way that she handles her loin and tailhead and hip and hind leg, especially when we put the cattle on the move. Heifer there up front, really nice there in her teat size. She's maybe just a little bit gathered there, but we'll see what happens. But it is very refined and just really like her body type and her structure here to win this class. Heifer here in second, really big bone. She's big-footed. She's stout-ended. She's the power heifer of the two. There's no doubt about that. with that, she just probably becomes just a little bit piecey to me at times. I don't read her to be quite as bold there, right in behind her shoulder and her forerib. I would like just to change her in her loin and the way she sets down there in her hind leg as she gets into motion. So I think it's close there on top. There's some differences, both really nice heifers. Female here that comes in third, more moderate in terms of her size, big-bodied female that looks to be very easy fleshing. Of that top pair, she becomes a little bit plainer in through her chest floor and down in through her throat latch, but a good type of female. She does get just a nickel tight there at her hock, but very useful, very complete, good type of cow prospect there in third. Heifer here that comes in fourth. Again, young man's done a really nice job with her. Female, again, that's very feminine there. She's angular as you study her there through her front end. We like her length and her levelness. A female, to me, probably that just gets a little too flat there as we study her from the rear view. She does struggle just a little bit as we watch her get out and go off either end. I just like to see her a bit more flexible. Dark red, red-necked heifer here that comes next. Really nice, and her teat placement might be the best in the class, just in terms of the spread and placement there. Just a little bit plainer, gets a little bit rounder there in her build as we watch her get out and go. But like the body, very easy fleshing type of female that's plenty practical in her kind. Heifer here that rounds off the class, got some frame, really long-sided, level down her top line. Just needs some more body to go with that frame and length. Like to square up there in her hind leg. But good class again, great group of kids. Congratulations.
Riley, thanks again so much for the constructive comments. Winning that class, our congratulations goes to ring 372, Cole Hewitt with Moorhaven 1K Estelle, 23M. Second place goes to ring 777, Kyla Lees with Glen Lees 69H Artwork, 58M. Third in that close goes to 371, Jackson Lees with Blair Athol, DJ Yes Lady, 74M. Fourth place in that class goes to ring 548, Landon Springford with RSK 91H Miss Firefly 73M. Fifth in that class, ring number 775, Hannah Penner with Roselawn Ridgely 254G ET 21M. And sixth place goes to 778, Kennedy Mans with PBHR Shakira 33F 75M. Currently in the ring, we have our second heat of intermediate yearling heifers. We have 551, Kaylee Hicks with Blair Athol TT 49K Farah 58M. Michaela Poutert with MAK Magnolia 110M. 554, Keegan Hicks with Blair Athol HBM 126H Peach 48M. 779, Owen Grundy with Glenlee's 69H Marie 48M. Ring number 780, Josie Lees, Blair Athol HBM Jasmine 51M. And 781, Ellie Manchester 51K Lady Luck 428M. There's a lady set up in the southeast corner of this booth with some hats and some t-shirts. We appreciate her sponsor and her attendance here. She has awarded some vouchers to exhibitors during the past few days for different competitions. She will be leaving by 1 o'clock, and we ask anybody who has a voucher that they would like to redeem that they have it done by them. So if you have a voucher or a credit with the Mountain West display in the southeast corner of this building, we do ask that you get it used up by 1 p.m. today. Also, let's like to take a second and recognize some VIPs here. Janice Tapp is here with us today. She's the president of the Canadian Hereford Association. We'd like to thank Michael Latimer for being here again today. He is the executive director of the Canadian Hereford Association, and Libby Laycraft is the staff member who works most closely with the juniors at the Canadian Junior Hereford Association. Thanks for being here, and thanks for everything you do, Janice, Michael, and Libby. Also like to thank and recognize Scott Cornish and Kyle O'Neill for taking times out of their schedules to be available to help us as ring stewards today. Appreciate it, and we know it takes somebody, we know it cuts into your time, and it's also nice to have people that know what they're doing and keeping the cattle moved steadily through the ring when required. Thanks, guys.
Another really nice class here is in our intermediate division. I think a class again that has some challenge from second, on through. I think our class winner, in my opinion anyway, wins it quite handily. Just very powerful. I mean, it starts at the ground. She's big and right in the shape of her feet. She's really, really big in terms of her bone work and just the substance that heifer's got. It's really good. So bold and powerful and square there as you study her from behind. And I know lots of times we probably shouldn't talk that much about bone in females, but kind of the interesting part to me with that heifer is for the substance that she's got and the power, she's still pretty darn attractive up through her front end, the way she lays in there at her shoulder and up through her head. Still very ladylike and feminine there in her features about her head and her neck. So really nice class winner there to start. Then for here in second, again, I think very angular and feminine. I like her from a balance standpoint, her length and her levelness. Obviously, she just doesn't have the sheer volume and power as her class winner. She is just a little gathered there in her teats. I just question that just a little bit. I know a lot of things can change, but I would question that just a little bit today. She just clearly doesn't have the horsepower and volume and body to get around our class winner. The heifer here in third and three is very, very feminine, angular. She's beautiful there through her shoulder and her head and her neck, long and level there in her makeup. Just obviously becomes a bit frailer in terms of her bone and foot size. I guess the biggest thing you ask yourself, is she quite big enough? These heifers are obviously all fairly tight in age. She becomes quite moderate. I guess to me today, I would call her a little bit on the moderate side for what I prefer. Heifer here that comes in forward, good and useful in her type. She's big-bodied, she's deep-sided. Female that just gets quite a bit plainer there through her head and her neck. I just like to extend her there. Heifer there that just gets a little uncoordinated there in the build of her hip and hind leg. Lots of useful parts in that heifer. Very nice T placement. Heifer here that comes next on the stand, I think is very striking. The way her neck ties there out of the top of her shoulder. She's got some hip there as you get in behind her. It just doesn't flow as you get her into motion. She needs to be rearranged there out of her shoulder and her hip and hind leg. Good heifer though, very nicely managed and very attractive there through her front end. Young pair here that round off the class, super pair of kids here did an awesome job with this heifer. Big bodied, very, very stout, and there's a lot to her. Just needs to be in a little bit more of a feminine package for me. She's getting just a little chuffy there in terms of her condition, but a great group of kids. Again, awesome class. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge LaFrance. Winning that class, our congratulations goes to ring number 779, Owen Grundy on Glenlee's 69H Marie, 48M. Second place to ring number 780, Josie Lees with Blair Athol, HBM Jasmine 51M. Third place goes to ring number 551, Kaylee Hicks with Blair Athol TT 49K Farah 58M. 373 is fourth for Michaela Putert on her MAK Magnolia 110M. Fifth place is ring number 555, Keegan Hicks with Blair Athol HBM 126H Peach 48M. And sixth place goes to 781, Ellie Manchester with Manchester 51K Lady Luck 428M. Congratulations to everybody, especially our class winners, Owen and Josie. Coming into the ring now, we have the third split. We have 782, Shelby Cornish on Golden Oak AXA Goldie ET 460M. 783, Daphne Schaub, Blair Athol 1G Sparkle 35M. 784, Harper Wilgenbush with ANL 40K Corey 180K 62M. 562 is Chetley Smith showing Harvey Riesling 125M. 785 is Brendan Lishka with ANL 40K Hopper 107K 60M. And 374 is Tegan Hindman with Teague 747E Bacardi 433M. One of our major sponsors here is Robert Visser's Trow Nutrition. We appreciate the fact that Robert has taken time out of his schedule to actually attend Bonanza this year. We sure appreciate his support, both financially and taking the time to come and cheer us on at our National Junior Show in Olds. Thanks again to Trow Nutrition.
Interesting class here again. I think lots of different types and kinds and where they're at in terms of a maturity standpoint and condition and just shape and size. This is probably a class that there's as much differences as we've seen along the way throughout the day. Heifer here on top, I guess initially she come in, she hit me very hard. Heifer that's got some substance there for sure. She's bold, she's powerful. We like the shape and the squareness there. She, right from the view I'm at here, has just got so much spread there to her hip, and you just love that boldness that she's got. A female that, at times just gets a little worked up out here. It's a little harder to read her just in terms of her movement and her structure, but her angles read right, and when she settles in and just relaxes, I think everything fits together very nice. Heifer here in second, again, I think she works her way up the lineup just in terms, to me, I think just very feminine. I really like her head. She looks so ladylike and very feminine and angular there through her shoulder. A female that definitely has some quality and some balance attributes here on the stand. I don't think she's quite as stout here as our class winners. We study those two right from the rear view, but a very, very nice heifer there to follow her in second. Heifer here in third's kind of, the one that you either be in or out on, and she's a female I can see, lots of good things about. She's tremendously big-bodied. She's so deep-sided. She is a smaller framed heifer that is more compact. I guess the biggest thing for me probably, she's just getting on the upper end in terms of condition as we look at her through her head and her neck there and down in through her chest floor. But young lady, you got a lot to like about a female with that kind of volume and body. Just a little too small, compact for me today. Heifer here that comes next, she's got the frame and the extension there, and that's her upgrade over the heifer that goes right in front of her. Young lady does an awesome job showing her. She's sure a keener. Heifer there, just probably, honestly, I think showing a little more udder development. I don't know if there's some fly bites or maybe just a little bit infection or what, but she is just a little concerning to me, that udder for this early in the stage. I would like to just tweak her there a bit, but I like her frame, her power. That's a good kind of female. Young lady does an awesome job with her. Heifer here that comes next on the stand, I can certainly appreciate. She does a great job showing her. She's long-bodied. She's dead level down her top line. To me, though, the problem is just when we get the cattle into motion, she just struggles there out of her front end and her hind leg. She just needs to be a bit more flexible, but there's a lot of parts you can tie into in terms of her muscle, her rib, her length, and her levelness is good. Just needs to be sounder. Heifer here that rounds off the class. She does move nicer there off either end. She's more flexible. There's just not enough to her in this lineup of February heifers. She just gets out horsed. There's just not enough performance there today. But again, good class. Congratulations.
Thanks, Riley, very much. Congratulations to our class winner, 782 Shelby Cornish with Golden Loke AXA Goldie ET 460M. Second place goes to 785 Brendan Lishka with A&L 40K Hopper 107K 60M. Third place, we'll congratulate 562 Chetley Smith with Harvey Riesling 125M. Fourth goes to 784 Harper Wilgenbush with A&L 40K Corey 180K 62M. Fifth place goes to 783 Daphne Schaub on Blair Athol 1G Sparkle 35M. And sixth goes to 374 Tegan Heineman with Teague 747E Bacardi 433M. Congratulations to all the exhibitors, especially Shelby, and Brendan. The fourth heat of intermediate yearling females is coming into the rings, led off by 786 Isabella Schaub with Sky Maybelline 222M. 567 is Blaine Burkhart with GH 777H Miss Ginny 32M. 377 Blake Lodge with Harvey Miss Medonti ET 87M. And 571 Kylie Chandler with Harvey Miss Marvel ET 88M. The fourth heat of intermediate yearling females. My apologies to Shelby Cornish. She actually has the 800 heifer at the start of this class. Shelby Cornish showing Golden Oak J030 Temptress 455M. So she is an added entry into this class, ring number 800.
Really good class here again. I think a top pair that sort up there that just take a minute longer. You know, there's some trade-offs amongst them, and you can go back and forth and talk your way, you know, either way. I think as time went on there, and as you get right here and behind the cattle, I just think our class winner is just bolder. She's just got more turn out of her upper rib. I think she's even just a notch wider there out of her pin set. And as you get back off the cattle, I think she's the deeper option of the pair. You know, she isn't quite as long and as extended as the heifer that's here in second, but I just think her proportions and her balance, everything fits together very nice. Beautiful headed female that's very smooth and angular there. Really nice class winner. That for here in second, you know, she's really, really long-sided. I know at times you make cattle that long, sometimes it's hard to put everything together, and she still holds it together quite well. You know, she is a female, I think, as we got back in the rear view on those cattle, I don't think she carries quite as much down into her twist and into her stifle. At times, she just wants to get a little lax there right behind her shoulder. We could strengthen her up there just a hair. Young lady does an awesome job presenting her and getting her shown. Very nice female. She is probably just a nickel courser there about her teats versus our class winner. Two very good heifers. You can talk them either way. I like both. Heifer here in 3, that's a really good heifer as well. Dark red, the red-necked heifer is just very, very big-bodied and just so cowy in her type. You know, of that top pair, she just becomes plainer, a little shorter and more compact. She's dropping there just a little deeper there and open in her chest floor. We can clean her up there. But a great female, super young man there on the halter. Going to be a heck of a good cow in production. Heifer here that comes next in line, again, a female that's got a ton of rib and body and volume. She just needs to be fresher. She's just getting a little too out there in terms of her condition. Heifer there that we do need to square up in the build of her hip and her hind leg. She's got some extra set and bend there. Just concerned a little bit from a longevity standpoint. Heifer here that rounds off the class. Young man's done an awesome job with her. She's long, she's level in her type. He's done a great job managing her from a condition standpoint. She just gets quite a bit shallower there in her lower third. She don't have the rib and the flank there to compete with the top end of that class. Really good class. Again, congratulations to those young exhibitors.
Thanks, Riley. Winning that class, our congratulations goes to ring number 571, Kylie Chandler with Harvey Miss Marvel, ET 88M. Second place, the added lot 800, Shelby Cornish, showing Golding Oak J030 Temptress 455M. Third place goes to 377, Blake Lodge with Harvey Miss Medonti, ET 87M. Fourth goes to ring 786 with Isabella Schaub, Sky Maybelline 222M. And fifth goes to 567, Blaine Burkhart with GH 777H, Miss Ginny 32M. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Coming into the ring now, our fifth and final heat for the intermediate yearlings. 376, Tinley Harvey, showing Harvey Miss Medonti, ET 89M. 789 is Hudson Brooks with ANL JNR 313 and Uri 50H 19M. 790 with Curtis Hewitt, Haraldson's RBCC Marvel 11M. 575 with Kaylin Pugh, showing Harvey Miss Marvel 84M. 791 Brooklyn Suter, showing Sky Millie ET 208M. 792 Chloe Peterson with SHF Walker HO86 M122. And 793 Hannah Cameron with GH 1502 Apple Truby 17M. Riley, just so you know, there's only 3 days between the whole class, okay? Immediately following this class, we will be doing the selection of the intermediate yearling heifer champion and reserve. So we would suggest that the first and second place females from the previous 4 classes begin to make their way towards the marshalling area.
I try like a fool and I try again, crying like a baby left out in the wind. You lie just like a dog, it's when I die again. When I come back to life, I'll holler, why again? Seems we've been living like two monkeys try like a fool, then I try again.
Job's not getting any easier. Another tough class. There are lots of differences again in the cattle and shape and size. And again, I think you guys from the outside, you can line them up the way that you like them. Today I get to pick them the way I like them, and I just hope, as I describe them, whether you agree with how they're placed or not, hopefully we can agree on what I see in the cattle. Originally here we pulled them in. I actually swapped them here last minute, and it was running through the back of my mind. The heifer that's in second stopped standing. I honestly think she runs away with it. The issue is I don't think she's sound enough to win the class. And the heifer that's in front is big-bodied. She's really deep-ribbed. I like just how easy fleshing and maternal she is. And as those cattle get on the move, she's just more comfortable and relaxed, especially out of her front end, the way she handles her spine, and I even think out of her hind leg. She's maybe a skosh moderate. I wouldn't argue with you, but I think there's just so much good from a body and practicality standpoint. It's hard to overlook it. The heifer in second, like I say, stop park. She does an awesome job showing her. She's so attractive up through her front end, and she just gives you a striking look. Highly presented, beautiful hair coat. I really like a lot of things about her. She's level and square there, but just when we get her on the go, I just would like to see her a bit better, more reach there out of her front end and out of her hind leg, which makes it close. Still a very, very good heifer. Just like to see her flex a little bit better, and that's what puts her in second. Heifer here in three, just very fault-free and practical in her type. I do think she gives up quite a bit from a performance standpoint compared to a few of the others. She's a little bit smaller there just in terms of her frame size. I'm not saying she's too small, but in this particular class of February heifers, she does become just a little bit modern, very feminine. I like her balance. She's very smooth. Does get just a little bit flatter from the rear view. Just like to stouten her up and punch her there apart a little bit, but a good solid female, nice teat placement as well. Young man here does an awesome job coming next, brings us a big, stout, heavy structured heifer. There's a lot to her. Just becomes a little plainer in her look there through her front end. Like to clean her up there in her underline and her navel, but he does an awesome job showing her. Great young man there, brings a big, stout, powerful heifer. Same goes for the heifer here that comes next. Really big frame. She's long and extended. We like that about her. She's probably as long-sided as any heifer that we've seen today. She just needs to be fixed there in her loin as we watch her go back in through her tailhead. I'd just like to soften her up and just give her some more lower third, especially back into her flank. The heifer that precedes her here definitely has that advantage. She's way bigger bodied. She's got more flank, just a little too chuffy in terms of her condition. She needs to go better out of her hind legs. She wants to throw outside of herself. Heifer here that concludes the class. Young lady's done an awesome job with. She's big bodied. She's very cowy. Just a little too heavy condition for me today. Great class again. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Judge LaFrance. Congratulations, especially in this class. During number 575, Kaylin Pugh on Harvey Miss Marvel, 84M. Second place is 376, Tinley Harvey, showing Harvey Miss Medonti, ET, 89M. Third place in this strong class goes to 790, Curtis Hewitt, showing Haraldson's RBCC Marvel, 11M. Fourth place goes to 789, Hudson Brooks, showing A&L JNR 313J Uri 50H 19M. Fifth place goes to 793, Hannah Cameron with GH 1502 Apple Truby 17M. 792 is sixth for Chloe Peterson, SHF Walker OH 086 M122. And seventh place goes to ring number 791, Brooklyn Suter, Sky Millie, ET, 208M. Coming into the ring now, we have the 5 division first and seconds from the intermediate division. We're led off by Cole Hewitt with 372, followed by 777, Kyla Lees. Out of the next division, we have 779 Owen Grundy, followed by 780 Josie Lees. Out of the third class, we have Shelby Cornish, followed by 785 Brendan Lishka. Out of the fourth class, we have 571 Kylie Chandler, and we have the added lot number 800 Shelby Cornish. And out of the fifth class, we have 575 Kaylin Pugh and 376 Tinley Harvey.
Really, really good division here as we get ready to select an intermediate champion in reserve. I think just an outstanding lineup here. This was a big division, a lot of very, very good heifers and a lot of close calls, I think, in some of those tougher classes, and definitely makes my job very fun. We'll just run back through them again just real quick here. Our heifer out of class 1, we like just her pattern and her smoothness. I think she's very feminine, maternal, very big-bodied female. Maybe in this lineup she becomes just a little bit frailer. She doesn't have quite as much spread and just dimension there from behind, but I think just very cowy and good in her type and her kind. You're definitely never going to go wrong with that type of female. Heifer here at a class 2 is obviously the power female, I think, just in terms of rib and body and volume. Like we talked about her on class, for the substance that she does have, she still combines it in a pretty attractive package. You certainly tie into her for a lot of different traits. Heifer here at a class 3, she's the other, I think, power heifer in terms of just pin width and substance. She's got the extra bone. Beautifully haired heifer, highly presented. Maybe in this lineup, maybe she doesn't appear to be quite as far along in calf, I would say, to compare a few of the others, but a female that I really like the substance, the power. There's a lot to her, a lot of good in that heifer as well. The heifer right behind her, I think, is just kind of a combination heifer to me. She doesn't blow you away just in any one area, but I think she's kind of just enough of everything. She's very feminine. We can see right here, just through her head and her neck, female that's got enough body. She's got enough to her as you step in behind her. Like I say, she doesn't blow you away in any one area, but I think she's just enough of everything, very complete. She's fresh, she's feminine. She looks like a lady and a cow that's going to last. Heifer here out of that last class, that we swapped him there right at the end. I just more comfortable with this heifer that wins from a soundness standpoint. She is a little more moderate, but she is tremendously big-bodied. She is bold-ribbed. I like her teat placement and just her type and kind. She's maybe just a notch plainer. Honestly, doesn't really bother me. There's just a lot of good to that female in this lineup. In these February heifers, she maybe does just look a little shorter, a little more moderate. If you like moderate cattle, it's not a problem. If you like them a little bit bigger, she might be a little small for you. Seconds on the other side, really good group there as well. There were some of those classes. We went 3-4 deep. There was lots of quality. Again, tremendous division. I think, to me anyway, I got one that I feel very comfortable with as a champion. I do think it gets really close for reserve. We'll have just one quick look for reserve. But if you would, give them a nice round of applause. Awesome division again.
Congratulations. Ring number 779, our division champion in the intermediate yearlings is Owen Grundy, showing Glenley's 69H Marie 48M. Congratulations, Owen. And in reserve, Kylie Chandler, 571, with Harvey Miss Marvel, ET 88M. Congratulations to everybody that made it this far, especially in this case to Owen Grundy and Kylie Chandler. I did that wrong. Kylie Chandler, my apologies, young lady. They're going to be winning the banners, the prizes in this class, sponsored by Square D Livestock and King Ranch for the champion, and reserve sponsored by Bar RZ Polled Herefords. It's time now to start the senior division of the Yearling Heifers at Bonanza 2025. Leading off this class, we have 794 Ty Eris, Eris Acres Kaylin 89M. 795 Ava Mackey, Oaks Rose 419 ET. 581 Parker Springford with Harvey Miss Jessica 62M. 582 Bryn Burkhart with TLL 133J Red Glory 16M. 583 Nathan Johnson with Harvey Miss Firefly. And 796 Haley Clark with Manchester 24E Sadie 416M. Just a 4-day spread, Riley, just so you know.
Really good class to start this senior division. You know, the top pair I think resemble each other fairly similar. You know, the oddball obviously lies in 3. You know, our class winner, I think the longer it goes on, I think she's just the most complete. Is she the stoutest, the most powerful? No, she's not. But I think, again, she's kind of the combination heifer that in terms of structure and body, and I think just practicality of making a good cow that's going to last and has the fundamentals, she's a safe bet for me to land on. I like her length and her levelness, really deep-sided. I just love that sweep to her rib and how maternal she looks, very sound and smooth, and I think just very feminine. As you step back and analyze the cattle, she's fresh. I like where she's at from a condition standpoint. Therefore, here in second, you know, standing, I think that's the one you can definitely gravitate to. She's really, really stout. She's bold and powerful, really nice up through that front end. The young man gets her head set up there, and she's chiseled there in her throat latch. She's good in her chest floor. As we get the cattle on the go, she's just a little tight and rigid there off either end. I'd like to see her just a bit more flexible. She doesn't handle her top line quite as nice and as good as our class winner does, but a lot of good in that heifer. I guess the problem heifer comes in 3. You know, she is very, very big and powerful. If you like very big cattle, you know, go for it. She's definitely your speed and your kind. I think for me, she does, you know, the size honestly doesn't bother me. It's more so she just becomes a little piecey in behind her shoulders. She's off there a bit. Her loin and tailhead want to run up there just a bit. I'd like to square up on her hind leg, but just her frame and her power and her substance, that's a heifer that I think definitely has some breeding value. You can do a lot of different things with her. She just doesn't fit together and is balanced for me here today. Heifer here that comes next is totally different in terms of her type. She's very, very big-bodied, tremendous amount of rib and a lot of fleshing ability in that heifer. She does get quite a bit flatter here from the rear viewers to watch her go. She's got quite a bit of chest floor there as we study her. We'd like to freshen her up a bit, but a good kind of female, a lot of body. Young man's done a nice job with her. Heifer here that comes next, a female that's got some length of body. She's really level at the top of her shoulder out through her hip. We like that about her. I'd just like to see a bit more lower third in her in terms of her rib and how she comes back into her flank. She's a little upright there on either end as well. We could just stretch her out and make her just a bit more flexible. Really nice teep placement on that heifer. I do commend her on that. Really nice udder coming along there. Our heifer that rounds off the class, really deep-sided. She's flexible, just becomes quite a bit plainer and flatter. Just need to stouten her up, and I just like to make her a bit more feminine there about her head and her neck. But again, really good class, great group of kids. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Riley DeFrance. Winning this class, congratulations goes to 581 Parker Springford with Harvey Miss Jessica 62M. Second place is 583 Nathan Johnson with Harvey Miss Firefly. Third place goes to ring number 795 Ava Mackey with Oaks Rose 419 ET. Fourth goes to ring number 794 Ty Eris with Eris Acres Kaylin 89M. Fifth place goes to ring number 796, Haley Clark with Manchester 24E Sadie 416M. And sixth place goes to 582, Bryn Burkhart with TLL 133J Red Glory 16M. Congratulations to all the exhibitors in this class, especially to Parker and Nathan. It's just a little after 10:30. This is the first call for the horn breeders to start to get ready for the horn show, which starts at 11 o'clock. So it's about a half an hour until we start the horn show. In the ring right now, 798 Blake Fisk with MHPH BLE 240J Faith 126M. 588 Amelia Schaub with Harvey Miss Jade 45M. 957 Brianna Rothney with Sky Moon 102M ET. 589 Cody Shearlink with DGB Moonstone Miss 3M. And 590 Aiden Lodge with TLL 569G Marigold 10M. Riley, 4-day age spread on this class, okay?
Again, I guess as we get into these senior yearlings here, again, Tough class, lots of differences and challenge and some things you got to weigh out in your mind. You know, to be quite honest with you, the heifer that wins the class, when she first came in, I wasn't convinced that she was going to win the class. And then as things kind of played out and as you just study the cattle and try to find the complete package, I am comfortable with that heifer winning. You know, honestly, I think she could run away with the class if she was built a little better from hooks to pins. She does want to round off there just a bit, and that's my only holdback with her. But I think her biggest advantage why she wins the class is she's so much fresher than the heifer that comes in 2 and 3. And I think she's a better moving heifer that comes in 2 and 3. And so ultimately, I think she just lands as the most complete option in the class. But from a condition standpoint, she's just so much fresher than the heifers that come in 2 and 3. Heifer in second standing. I love the power in the rib and the mass. There's a lot you can appreciate about her. Young lady does an awesome job showing her. There's so much to her. You know, she does get pushing the line for me in terms of condition. As you watch the cattle move, she starts to get outside of herself on either end a bit. You know, if you like the extra power and mass, you can go ahead and start her. There's no problem. To me, she just gets a little outside of herself there on either end. She does read with quite a bit more condition. That's my holdback. And I think that's what goes for the heifer here in 3. Actually, I think this heifer in 3 might even be a shot heavier in terms of her condition. She just needs to be sounder off either end. As you watch her get out and move, she just doesn't take a long, flexible stride. That's what holds me back on that heifer there. But lots to appreciate standing. She's highly presented. They've done a great job getting that heifer ready. Heifer here that comes next in line again, a female that definitely has got some shape to her and some rib and some body. She's a little too coarse and gathered there about her teats for me. I'd like to modify her in that regard, but a useful type of female as well. Or heifer that rounds off the class, just gets a little off there, hooks to pins. She doesn't balance up quite as good. Young lady's done a nice job presenting her. She's a big-bodied heifer that's going to be a great cow. Really good class. Again, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Judge LaFrance. Winning that class, we congratulate ring number 588, Amelia Schaub with Harvey Miss Jade, 45M. Second place, congratulations, goes to ring number 798, Blake Fisk with MHPH VLE 240J Faith, 126M. If somebody could please work with Blake to get her the correct exhibitor's number, we would all appreciate it. Third place goes to 589, Cody Shearling, showing DGB Moonstone Miss, 3M. Fourth place goes to 590, Aiden Lodge with TLL, 569G Marigold, 10M. Fifth place is 957, Brianna Rothney with Sky Moon, 102M ET. Congratulations to everybody, especially Amelia and Blake, first and second in this class.
Really a nice class here again as we get into some of these older January yearlings. I think a very complete, just fault-free heifer to win. I just really like her kind, and you ask yourself, what kind of cow you like. Pretty hard not to like that type. I mean, she's got some performance, she's got some length of body, she's a big-bodied, deep-sided, very maternal-looking female that blends and balances very well. Really nice in her teat size. I really do commend that. Just the placement and the squareness there is really nice. At times maybe she just wants to duck her pins just ever so slightly, but that's getting pretty picky on her. I think big image, she just looks so maternal, and I just think, represents the image of a great Hereford cow, and I like her to win. Heifer here in second, again, very dark red, the red-necked heifer. She's got a red eye there. Really, really dark, obviously, in her color. We like her shape and muscle expression that she has. Really a big-bodied female. The young lady does an awesome job presenting her. She just doesn't have quite the size, frame, and length, and just sheer extension there as our class winner. Isn't quite as good there just in her teat length as our class winner as well, but a very useful type of female. Young lady does an awesome job showing her. Heifer here in three, very stout. I like her shape and her mass. She's very, very heavy muscled. I guess with that, it does become just a little bit coarser of a package. She opens up there a bit in her shoulder, gets a little cresty there at the top of her neck, but really like the power and the shape and substance you find in her. Just like to modify her a little bit there through her front end and just make her shot more feminine about her head, but very nice job. Heifer that rounds off our class. Young lady's done an awesome job with her. She's very big-bodied, very refined in her teats. I commend you for that. You've done an awesome job with that heifer. She's just a little bit flatter from a muscle standpoint. Like to stouten her up and just clean that chest up just a bit. But you've done a good job. Congratulations again. Great class.
Thank you, Judge LaFrance. Winning this class, we congratulate ring number 799, Tinley Harvey, with Harvey Monique, 34M. Second place in this class goes to 803, Sadie Howell, FCC 1K Betty, 2M. Third place to 594, Elizabeth Schaub with Eris Acres XLP Camille, 65M. And fourth place goes to 801, Abigail Eris with Eris Acres Ivy, 62M. Congratulations to everyone in this class, with Tinley Harvey and Sadie Howell returning for senior champion. We are between 10 and 15 minutes away from starting the horned division of the show. Once again, the horned show will be starting at 11, and by my watch, it is currently 10:48. Coming into this ring now, we have the fourth heat of the senior yearlings. I believe we have an 8-day age spread, Riley. 804, Cami Manchester, showing Manchester, 24E Temptation, 405M. 805 is Kenzie Eris, showing Eris Acres Laney, 21M. 599 is Shayna Benson, showing Cinnabar's 2069 Real Lady, 106M. 378 is Jackson Denschikoff with WON 82K British Kari, 6M. 806 is Matthew Charlton with Churchill Lady, 418M. 379 is Rebecca Hess with Kids 5F Mamma Mia, 1J, 1M. And 389 is Sable Viches with 3DL Gracie, 5M. If you'd like to add in, Gracie's birth date is January the 4th.
Again, a class that has some challenge and some sort, and I think especially from 2 on down, there's a lot of conversation you can have depending on how you like to line them up. And I do think our class winner wins very handily, in my opinion. She's very nice in terms of her structure is really good, her mobility and her angles and her bone work. She's so long and level, and still for a female that has that kind of length, you get off the side of the cattle, and she's really, really deep-sided and so maternal there in her look, and still pretty enough up front. Sometimes, we don't need to find the ones that are just so chiseled out and so extreme. That's what I label as pretty. She's feminine, she's big-bodied, she's sound, just a really nice female to go ahead and win. Heifer here in second, again, just very fault-free, I think, doesn't blow you away anywhere. I think she's the next best in class in terms of structure and movement, really long-sided. We can see right there how level she is down her top line. She isn't quite as stout through her hip and down in through her twist. There's our class winner. She doesn't have quite just the lower third into her rib and back into her flank. Young man's done a nice job with that heifer here in second. Heifer here in three is really deep-sided. We like her length and her levelness. She balances really nice here from the side. Young lady there has done an awesome job with her as well. Of the 3 heifers, she just becomes too flat for me. She just needs to be stouter as you watch her go away. She just needs to be widened out and stoutened up. But from the side, you really like just her practical look and that image of a brood cow there for sure. Heifer here that comes next, I think on the stand you could make a fight for her to work higher. She's really intriguing through her front end. She's fresh, she's feminine. We like her length and her levelness is good. She just needs to be sounder off either end as the young man pulls her there and goes. She's just a little too tight and tended off either end. She just needs to be more flexible and comfortable there at the surface. Big stout heifer here that comes next, I think could arguably, go over that heifer right ahead of her. I would like just modify her teats there just a bit. She gets a little bit off from hooks to pins. Young lady gets her stopped and parked. She's got some rib and some volume to her, definitely got some punch. Just like to put it together in a little more fashionable feminine package. Big bodied heifer here that comes next, a ton of rib and volume to that female. Just becomes too plain through her head and her neck for me. Fundamentally, though, very correct. You've done a great job with her. Going to be a nice cow. Our heifer that rounds off the class, really, really fresh. She's a little bit smaller just in terms of her frame size. No big issues with that female at all. I would like just shorten her rear toe size just a little bit, give her a shot more body. But again, super good class, great group of kids. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge LaFrance. Winning that class, we congratulate the class winner, 379, Rebecca Hess. Kids, 5F, Mamma Mia, 1M, 1J, 1M. Second place, congratulations to Jax 378, Jackson Denschikoff, WON 82K British Kari, 6M. Is it 804? Have you got it?
4 would be 5th.
I hope I have this correct, and I apologize if I don't. Is third 804 Cami Manchester with Manchester's 24E Temptation 405M. Next we go to 806 Matthew Charlton Churchill Lady 418M. 805 Kenzie Eris with Eris Acres Laney 21M. And 381 Sable Viches 3DL Gracie 5M. Returning out of this division, we will have 379 Rebecca Hess and 378 Jackson Denschikoff. I believe as soon as this class is complete, we will be starting the horn show. Judge LaFrance, the first to the fourth, they're all within 4 days, okay? My apologies, folks. I'm daydreaming here. In this class, we have ring number 380, Madeline McCauley with SNBR HM 183F Marigold 104M. 807, Shelby Stanley with Glenlee's SNBR Hands Up ET 1M. 808, Parker Springford with MCH 81E Georgia 51M. 809 is Harley McCauley with Cinnabar's RB Goldie ET 102M. 382 is Chance Eris with Eris Acres Sherry 3M. And 18 is Gavin Matricardi with TCF 018 Princess Deanne 401M.
Really good class here again in the senior yearlings. The one here up front that wins, just a great combination. Again, I think she's very fresh. I like where she's at, you know, from a condition standpoint, how feminine and youthful there she is through her head and her neck. Female that's got some shape and some dimension there as you're getting behind her. Very, very bold and opened up there. We really like that about her. You just step back off the cattle. I think, you know, there's a heifer that's got an ample amount of body and rib to her. Just very complete, nice-footed female that tracks square and true. Nice place to start there. Just a nickel bit of tail head at times. We could just tone that down just a shade, but really good heifer there to start. Heifer here in second, like a lot of things about her as well. Very extended. I really like her head shape and the way she's made there through her front end. She's fresh and extended. Heifer that's got some shape there for sure as well as you step back in off the cattle. You know, she's one as we probably get them in motion. She just gets a little bit tighter there in her hip and down through her hind leg, but a good female, very nicely presented. That young man's done an awesome job with that female as well. Heifer here in three, again, I think follows her in terms of type and kind and frame size. A heifer that's you know, definitely got some body and some volume to her. She's a female, though, as we watch her get out and move. I just like to rearrange her hip and her hind leg a bit. She gets a little extra set there and gets up underneath of herself, but a good, useful type female for sure. The dark red heifer, the dark red, red-eyed heifer, sorry. Big-bodied, very stout. That young man's done an awesome job with her. She becomes a little bit plainer in this lineup. I don't read her to have the same quality and balance features, but a good, sound, funnily right female. It'll be a great cow for that young man. Heifer here that comes next in line again, really, really deep-sided. This young lady's done a terrific job with her as well. A female that just gets a little bit flatter and piecier, gets a little concave there right behind her shoulder and her forerib. Just like to stouten her up as she goes away from you. She just gets too flat for me today. Heifer here that rounds off the class again. Young man's done an awesome job with. Very feminine. I like that female's head. Her length and her levelness is very good. That's typically not a female that would be on this far down in the class. That's just a really good class of heifers. She is pretty gathered there about her teats. Heifer that is just a little bit flatter, but there's a lot of useful parts in that sound package there. That's a good heifer as well. Congratulations. Really, really nice class.
Thank you, Judge Riley. Winning that class, our congratulations goes to ring number 807, Shelby Stanley, showing Glenlee's Cinnabar Hands Up ET 1M. Second place in that class is 810, Gavin Matricardi, TCF 018 Princess Deanne 401M. Third place goes to ring 809, Harley McCauley with Cinnabar's RB Goldie ET 102M. Fourth place goes to 382, Chance Eris with Eris Acres Sherry 3M. Fifth place goes to 380, Madeline McCauley with SNBR HM 183F Marigold 104M. And sixth place goes to ring number 808, Parker Springford, MCH 81E Georgia 51M. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. Returning from that class will be Shelby and Gavin. At this time, we're about to do our senior yearling champion female. Into the ring at this time, could we please have 581, Parker Springford. Ring 583, Nathan Johnson. Ring 798, Blake Fisk. Ring 588, Amelia Schaub. Ring 799, Tinley Harvey. Ring 803, Sadie Howell. Ring 379, Rebecca Hess. Ring 378, Jackson Denschikoff. 807, Shelby Stanley, and 810, Gavin Matricardi. We are now selecting the senior champion female in the yearling division. I believe once they're in, we will be starting the horned portion of the show. Is this my new book? Coming into the ring on the horn side, our first class of the day, we have 351, Mia Mackey, WBHR Noteworthy 1N. Ring 900, Cody Shearlink with BJ's 1H Miss 14N. 901 with Paige Van Sickle, UU6L Miss Red Kingsley 3N. 902, Elizabeth Schaub with Sky 112J Nelly 205N, and an added lot 758, Harley McCauley showing CCR SNBR 2135 Donna ET 1N.
I try like a fool and I try again, crying like a baby left out in the wind. You lie just like a dog, it's when I die again. And I come back to life, I'll holler.
Our judge today for the horn show is Mr. Kyle Lewis. I'll read his resume once we get done the yearling heifers on the pole division, but it's our pleasure today to have Kyle Lewis sorting through our horned females, our horned cattle.
Living in a rage, the only difference fighting makes is if you're wrong or right, making me see colors when it's only black and white.
We're here on the pulled side as we get ready to pick a champion. Senior yearling, let's give all these young bids a big round of applause. It's pretty awesome right here. A lot of numbers in this division, a lot of quality, and just a super group of kids to work with. We won't take a lot of time here. I'll just run down the line quick again. I think it is close, and just so you know what I see. Heifer up front, like we talked about, she's smooth, she's balanced, she's very feminine. We like her body, and her structure is really good. She probably gets a little bit out-horsed from a dimension standpoint within this lineup, but very fault-free. That kind's definitely never going to go out of style. Very useful. The heifer there out of that second class, like we talked about, she won that class. She initially wasn't the one that hit me the hardest, but just as time went on, she just was so much fresher from a condition standpoint. I do like her head. She's feminine there. She is nicer in her teat size and a couple of the other heifers that were in that class. Like we talked about, hooks to pins, I would like to change her there, but that is a place where we could modify her, but I just felt more comfortable with where she was at from a condition standpoint and her femininity. The heifer here out of the third class, again, just like that image right there, you can see that teat size and spacing, how square they are. She just gives you the image of such a maternal type female. Her length, her levelness, her smoothness, I think everything fits together really nice. The heifer out of the class right behind her, again, we talked about that class. I really like this female, really nice footage. She's big boned, but it matches her type. Her length and her levelness is so nice. She's a female that's got ample amount of body, and she's very feminine. I think just a very useful type of female, again, that's hard to pick a hole in. Heifer out of our last class, again, like we talked about her, we like her. Definitely, she's got some shape and some boldness to her. Young lady does a nice job presenting her as well. At times, maybe she just gets a nickel higher in her tail head. I actually don't notice it as bad right now. She is just a nickel wee bit shorter from hooks to pins, but that's a very, very nice female. There's a lot of value in that kind as well. Those second places, again, like we talked about, some of those classes were extremely close. Commend you guys. This has been an awesome division of January yearlings. I'll go pick the two that suit me the best today. But again, give these kids a big round of applause. An awesome set of heifers here.
Congratulations. I believe that's out of the third division. 799, Tinley Harvey, showing Harvey Monique 34M is your champion female in the senior division. And out of the next division, that's 379, Rebecca Hess, showing kids 5F Mama Mia. Congratulations to our senior champion Tinley and our reserve Rebecca Hess. Beautiful pair of heifers. Congratulations, girls.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the Bonanza crew and committee for asking me to judge there. I never been involved with the Bonanza program. I know over the years it's kind of been a model for other breeds, and AGMs of other breeds have kind of modeled their year-end deal after the Bonanza thing. So this long-standing program, it's been a great show over the years, and happy to be a part of it. Going to start with a really nice set of heifer calves here. A little bit of range and type and kind here, but lots we can use, lots of future in this class here. Just kind of felt we gravitated to the most powerful heifer in the class. She is smooth in her type, nice in her lines, gets out and moves really good. If you get on top of these calves and analyze them from a foot structure standpoint, she's probably the best in class as well. When the skeleton's right, I tend to gravitate for these heavier muscled but smoother muscled calves, and she kind of fits that mold for me. Following up's a really sweet made calf as well. She's the youngest in class. She's a late February calf. Really nice in her type. You can see lots of future in her, nice pigment. She's good on the ground and nice on the move. Just a sweet made little calf there to kind of tuck in that second hole. As we work our way down the line here, 3 bigger frame calves. Heifer in third hole, I think you could, guys would argue you could move her up in the class quite easily. She's got the linear advantage. Smooth made female. I think when you analyze her from behind, she maybe just doesn't have that power in her hook and hip structure as our lead female does. But Heifer, you could argue, would follow in that second hole just as nice as our second female does. As we work down the line, some bigger framed heifers, heifer with a ton of length, some future to them. Our heifer in fourth here maybe just isn't as confident and sound on her hind wheels today. Just like to stretch her down in that flank. You got to give this young gal some credit there. She's been working on this hair all summer, and that's no easy task in our hot July. So as we work our way down here, really nice class to start the day.
Thank you very much, Judge Lewis, winning that class. We congratulate ring number 902, Elizabeth Schaub, showing Sky 112J Nelly 205N. Second place, we congratulate 351 Mia Mackey, WBHR Noteworthy 1N. Those 2 animals have stayed in the ring. They are our automatic heifer calf champions in the horn division. In third place, we have 758 Harley McCauley, showing CCR SNBR 2135 Donna ET 1N. In fourth place, ring number 900, Cody Yearling with BJ's 1H Miss 14N. And rounding out the class, we have 901 Paige Van Sickle with UU 6L Miss Red Kingsley 3N. Again, our congratulations to our heifer calf champion at the 2025 Canadian Junior Hereford Bonanza is 902 Elizabeth Schaub with Sky 112J Nelly 205N, and reserved to Mia Mackey with 351 WBHR Noteworthy 1N. Currently in the ring, folks, we have the first class, the first split of 2-year-olds with calf at side. We have ring number 811, William Chubb, showing 3Z Bar Lady Glitz 72L. 610 is William Dundas, GH Insight Lady Rose 109L. 812 is Shayna Benson, PHH 22J Princess 1L. 813 is Parker Davis with BBSF 7G Rose 20L. And 814 is Hannah Lees with Blair Athol AD 27C Saucy 14L. On the horn side, coming into the ring, we have 362, Mia Mackey, showing WBHR Moonshine 7M. 903, Bo Fenton with Carl Rams 2K Royal Lass 85M. 904, Laney Fenton, BRF 35J Miss Deep Money 98M. 905, Mary Cope, JK 102H Poppy 35M, and 906, Tava Fenton, BRF 98H Silver Lady 8M.
really good class. 2-year-old pairs here in this first split. Commend these young exhibitors for bringing pairs out. I know it's a lot of work, and cows get cranky and calves get stubborn, and it's hard to make them work together. So I commend you for that. Really good class. So the pair of the twins, a 2-year-old cow that's just hard not to like. I mean, there's so much rib and volume to that cow. She's just so broody and just practical, I think, in her look. A nice-footed cow that's really nice in her teat size and spacing there. Just a cow that gives you a darn good image. She's got a March heifer calf at her side. I think that you can really see the look of mom in her. She's big top. She's got some rib and some volume to her. I'd say that cow bred pretty true. I would say that calf has a lot of the similarities of mom there as well. Pair here in second, I really like that cow's refinement of teats. She doesn't have quite as much forudder as the cow that wins. I do really like the size of those teats, though. Beautiful cow. She's feminine. She's very angular. She's got a March heifer calf on her as well. They probably just give up some sheer substance and power compared to the pair that wins, but two very, very nice pairs. This pair here in third, those are a pair of March calves outside of those first two. Here we got a January bull calf that's very impressive. He's big and he's stout. He's got some substance of bone. Young man, you're going to have something that's very marketable there next spring. I really like the calf. The cow's maybe a little longer in her teat size for me as a 2-year-old. That probably what sorts him into third. But that calf, you sure can't take it away because I think she's done an awesome job in production there as a 2-year-old. Pair here that comes next in line, really nice teat size and refinement on that cow. I really like that about her. Cow that gets a little flatter and narrower, and we can kind of see that come through into the calf. Just not quite as much substance and power there, but a pair that really blends together nice. Good pigmented as well. Red-eyed pair there. I really, really like the udder on that cow. Congratulations there as well. Our pair that rounds off the class, cow is just a little bit leaner in terms of her condition. Still a cow that's plenty adequate in terms of her udder. She gives up just a bit in terms of calf at side, in terms of production, but very useful as well. Congratulations. It's a lot of work showing those pairs. Good job to everyone in that class.
Thank you, Judge Riley France. Winning the class, we congratulate ring number 813, Parker Davis, BBSF 7G Rose 20L. Second place, Hannah Lees, ring number 814 with Blair Athol, AD 27C Saucy 14L. Third place, ring number 610, William Dundas, GH Insight Lady Rose 109L. Fourth place goes to ring number 811, William Chubb, 3Z Bar Lady Glitz 72L. And fifth place goes to 812, Shayna Benson with PHH 22J Princess 1L.
Right on. We got a competitive set of breds here on the horn side. We're going to start with the easily the heaviest fleshing, kind of deepest made, stoutest topped heifer. I will grant she maybe isn't as fresh as the ones in the class. She is super sound, super athletic. You really got to admire the flex she has in her joints, and she just moves like a cat. She's our kind to lead this class off here. Heifer in second, more of a traditional style female, big and powerful, athletic in her type, just a totally different mold than our lead-off female. Nothing wrong with her at all. She maybe just gives up a wee bit of balance that lead female has, but a female you got to respect in her own kind. Our heifer in third, a heifer I do truly admire, a really feminine style heifer, a heifer that could totally fool me and be the best of the three coming back in 12 months. I think a heifer that maybe has the best chance to become the 12 to 14-year-old cow. I just thought the way we read her today, she's in third hole. She does give up a little bit of power that maybe our lead two do, but heifer you really got to admire, and I think offers the most amount of future maybe in this class. As we work our way down to fourth and fifth, good, big, capacious heifers that got cow written all over them. I think they just give up a few details and work in their craft to kind of get up on the top end of this class. Rounding out the class here, a heifer that's maybe bull in her, just didn't want to stand for these young ladies today here, but hold your head up, girls. They're a nice female, and it's never fun rounding up the class, but nice heifer to follow this group.
Thank you, Judge Lewis. Winning the class, we congratulate ring number 362, Mia Mackey, WBHR Moonshine 7M. Second place, our congratulations goes to ring number 903, Bo Fenton with Kyle Rams 2K Royal Lass 85M. Third place, ring number 905, Mary Cope, JK 102H Poppy 35M. Fourth place, 904, Lainey Fenton with BRF 35J Miss Deep Money 98M. Fifth place goes to 906, Tava Fenton, BRF 98H Silver Lady 8M. Returning from this class for the division champion will be Mia and Bo. Over on the pole side, we have our second split of 2-year-old females with calves at side. We have ring number 815, Alana Wood with LVSK Laney 1L. We have 816, Camden Altstad with HMS Highcliffe Love Potion ET 25L. We have 616, Jackson Denschikoff with Bar RZ 35H Lilibet 21L. And 617, Elizabeth Schaub with TLL 413 Miss Glory ET 1L. On the horn side, currently in the ring is 366, Paige Van Sickle showing UU 0121H Miss Kingsley 140M. 907 is Kate Cope showing JK 47R Lily 21M. 908 is Connor Schaub with Golden Oak Delilah 481M. And 909 is Henry Cope with JK 102H Sabrina 22M. We will be taking a half an hour break for lunch at the conclusion of the female shows. So on the horn side, we'll be starting when their show is done. On the pole side, we'll be starting when their female show is done. So we'll be taking approximately a half-hour lunch at the conclusion of each respective female show.
Super good class here on our 2-year-old in the second split. And these top two pairs, I think, honestly, are very close. There's some little differences amongst them. You can put your preferences on what you like, and you can go either way. You know, talk and describe it. You know, the cow up front here that wins is 2-year-old cow. I really like the cow. She's fun, you know, pretty to look at. She's feminine, but she's powerful. She's got some rib and some volume. Really nice uddered cow in terms of her teat size and spacing. She's got a February, or was it March? The calf? Is it? Sorry about that. What was the age of the calf again, sorry? January heifer calf at side of her there that's really intriguing to look at. I love her up through her front end and her extension. She's square and angular. I think a calf that definitely has a lot of future. I think a pair that just really fits together. They complement one another. Commend those exhibitors on an awesome pair there. This pair in second, again, like I say, it's very, very close. It's hard to deny a bull calf like that. I mean, a February-born bull calf that's got muscle and shape and substance. You know, he's a stout bugger. I really like the cow as well. You know, honestly, probably our second place cow versus our cow here that wins. She just reads a little bit plainer. I don't think she's quite as good just in the spacing there of her teats, but that's getting very critical. Both those pairs are exceptionally good. Commend you guys. That's an awesome pair as well. It's got a heck of a good bull calf at her side. Our pair here in third, again, very useful type cow, or she's definitely sound enough in terms of her udder, and her feet and legs are good. She's a big-bodied cow. Of that top trio of pairs, she is a flatter built cow that just doesn't quite have the rib and the volume. Her bull calf, again, big stretchy calf. He just doesn't have quite the rib and the flank there as those calves in front, but a very useful type of pair as well. Really a big frame cow here that rounds off our class. She'd be as big and as long as any of them that we've seen. She's got a great big bull calf on her as well. They just don't balance up quite as nice. The cow just wants to kind of get up underneath of herself there. She gets a little deeper there in her chest floor. Good pair though, big bull calf at side. There's a lot to like about that type of cattle as well. Good class, congratulations.
Thanks, Riley. Winning that class, our congratulations goes to ring number 616, Jackson Denschikoff with Bar RZ 35H, Lilibet 21L. Second in that division is ring number 816, Camden Aldstadt with HMS Highcliffe Love Potion ET 25L. Those two will be returning immediately, or I guess staying in the ring for our 2-year-old champion female. Third in that class, 815 Alana Wood showing LVSK Laney 1L. And fourth place to 617 Elizabeth Schaub showing TLL 4013 Miss Gloria ET 1L.
A little more of a challenging class here on the horn side. Work with me a little bit here. We got 4 quite drastically different females. You know, quality's high, but range and type is quite a bit different. We're going to lead off with kind of the most freshest heifer in the class. I think if you had to pinpoint a problem with her, you'd be hard to find it. No, she's not the most powerful. No, she doesn't carry the most substance. She's nice on the move. She's fresh in her head and neck. I think the type of female you can see adding value to a program for 8 to 12 years. We're going to follow up in second hole with more my kind and style animal that she's maximizing efficiency. She's carrying as much muscle as she can. She just maybe isn't as fresh or neat over her top. She maybe just gets outmatched in a line contest and maybe on the ground, just quite not as smooth. She is super powerful. She's carrying a little extra flesh. I think on a different day you could maybe swap these two around. Third and fourth heifers, again, hard to pinpoint problems with them. Maybe our heifer in third, she just gets a little flatter, little plainer in her makeup, in her head design, but a functional female that I'm sure this young lady's proud of. And rounding up the class, I think a lot of good in this female as well. She maybe didn't want to stand as nice for this young lady today. She wanted to spin a little bit. She isn't as confident and sure on them hind wheels as maybe our 3 females above her, but a heifer that offers lots of extension. She's super feminine, really nice in that front third. Just a tough class and lots of different types.
Thank you, Judge Lewis. Winning that class and staying in the ring for our junior champion female is 909 Henry Cope with JK 102H Sabrina 22M. Second in that class is 908 Connor Schaub with Golden Oak Delilah, 481M. Third is 907 Kate Cope with JK 47R Lily, 21M. And fourth place is 366 Paige Van Sickle. UU 10121H Miss Kingsley, 140M. So returning to the ring at this time in the Horn Division, from the first division we have 362 Miyamaki with WBHR Moonshine, 7M. 903 is second in that division with Bo Fenton's showing Carl Ram's 2K Royal Lass, 85M. Out of the second class, we have ring 909 Henry Cope with JK 102H Sabrina 22M, and 908 Connor Schaub with Golden Oak Delilah 481M.
Just an awesome set of 2-year-old pairs here on the pole side as we pick a champion 2-year-old pair, but 4 just exceptional pairs, if you will. Commence these young exhibitors just on outstanding 4 females out here in front of us. I think it's honestly very close. I think about it and you go back and forth. Honestly, I'd probably just like to take a little bit from each one of them, mix them together, and we'd have a clear-cut winner. I think all 4 cows are just, they're sound cows. They're good in their udder and their feet work. I think they're going to allow them to offer some longevity. And boy, for, 2-year-olds, they've got some production there at their side that you sure can appreciate. Some people put more emphasis on the cow. Some people want more emphasis on the calf. I guess I try to mix it together. Everybody likes to look at a good-looking cow with a good calf in front. So I think, why not blend the two together? And, you want something that complements one another. So I think it's really, really close between 2 pairs. I'm going to have one last quick look again. But just an awesome pair show here. Again, congratulations to you, young exhibitors and breeders. That's awesome to see.
Your 2-year-old pair champion is ring number 616, Jackson Denschikoff, showing Bar RZ 35-8 Lilibet, 21L. And our reserve congratulations goes to ring number 813, Parker Davis, showing BBSF 7G Rose, 20L. Just 4 beautiful females, guys. Congratulations. And you'll be back in before too long for the grand champion female and reserve.
Four high-quality heifers here in our horned ring. This concludes the junior division of the bred event here. But, as I said in that last class, it sums up a little bit in this championship drive. These are 4 females I can live with all day long. Again, different in their type. I think These heifers are bred for a few different intentions in mind, some for some performance, some for some longevity, obviously some added maternal here. So we end up with a little bit of a mixed bag in our championship drive, but 4 high quality females that these young exhibitors got to be proud of. We'll select 2 that I think fit the best together today.
Champion 362, Miyamaki, showing WBHR Moonshine 7M. And reserve goes to 909 Henry Cope, showing JK 102H Sabrina 22M. Our congratulations for champion and reserve in the yearling division of the Horn Show, Miyamaki and Henry Cope. And I do apologize. In that division, the championship is sponsored by Copper Creek, so that of course is going to Miyamaki, and the reserve sponsored by SNS Herefords going to Henry Cope. Currently in the ring, on the horn side, we have ring number 911, Rebecca Passot with Double H Reba 210M. We have 935, Chloe Wagner, BR11K Lady 62M. And 912 is Jordy Dones with LCI 15J Maxine 161M. Once again, I'm kind of falling apart here with the second ring. The champion 2-year-old pair, that was sponsored by High Ridge Farms. And that award, of course, went to 616 Jackson Denschikoff, the reserve by A.M. Ransing, and that went to Parker Davis. Currently in the ring on the pulled side, we have the first split of cow-calf pairs. In the ring, we have 817 Jackson Denschikoff showing GH 324G British Kari 82K. We have 818 Parker Davis showing GH Avalanche Poppy 222K. We have 819 Tinley Harvey showing Chula Vista Krista 113K. And we have 384 Sophia Bussman with Rosie May.
Got three high-quality heifers here to conclude this intermediate division. Probably the best we've been all day from top to bottom on a quality standpoint. 1 and 2 is tight, really. The heifer we're going to lead with, she's the most fault-free. She's really high level in her design, really nice in her throat and her neck. She does have enough power and substance. I think when you analyze her front third, she's as nice as maybe we've seen all day. I do really like this heifer in the second hole. She gets a little more compact in that front end, but she's a little bolder in her features. I do maybe like her on the ground better than her lead female. It's close, but two really nice females, and I think if you get creative, you can kind of go either way. As we round up the class here, a big-bodied, huge rib female that offers these horned Herefords a lot of power. I think she just gets a little little too bold up front there. She just wants to swing on that front end a little bit. That chest floor opens up just a touch, but that's sometimes what you got to deal with on these big, powerful heifers. Not everything kind of holds in as tight as you quite like, and that's the price you pay to get these big-barreled, big-rib females. But super high quality right from one to the bottom here.
Thank you very much, Judge Lewis. Winning that class, we congratulate ring 911 Rebecca Passot with Double H Reba 210M. Second in that class, 935 Chloe Wagner showing BR 11K Lady 62M. And third is 912 Jordy Dones showing LCI 15J Maxine 161M. Rebecca and Chloe will be returning for division champion shortly. We do have one more class to finish that division.
Really good class here on our pulled side of things as we work our way into these mature cows. A really nice place to start here, I think, on top. Boy, you really like that cow.
My apologies.
We're good to go. Beautiful cow. She's feminine. She's big-bodied. We like her foot shape and size and substance. Good uddered cow that's feminine and powerful. Just pretty hard to not to like that type. Got a bull calf there at her side that I believe was a February. You like his muscle shape and expression he's got. He's got some masculinity there already about his head and his neck. And I think a calf that definitely be very interesting to watch him develop on into spring. But a very nice pair there that complement each other very well. Big, powerful cow here in second. She's got extra frame and length about her. She's a big, stout cow. I like the foot underneath of her. The substance is really good. Again, what you'd expect from that big, stout cow she puts in front of her in terms of production. A big scaled, really long-sided calf that's got some extension and muscle shape. Her udder isn't quite as nice there as the cow that wins. We could pick on her there just a skosh, but young man brought a really nice 2-year-old pair, and he brings us another 3-year-old cow here that's really, really good as well. Like the power and performance that we find in them. Pair here that comes next in line again. Really like the teat size on that cow, probably even a bit more than the cow that precedes her in class. Just good and solid in her kind. She's functional and sound enough in her type. A big February calf there at her side that's got some frame and length. They probably fall out just a little bit from a balance perspective to me. They get just a little bit rounder from hooks to pins. They don't remain as level down their top line there as you watch those cattle go, but a very good, useful pair. Pair here that rounds off the class, got a really nice heifer calf at her side. She's youthful and feminine there in her type. A heifer calf that definitely I think's got some future. Probably the biggest concern to me there is just the cow's udder needs modified. We need to fix her hind leg there just a bit, but a good pair again. I honestly think that she's out producing herself with that calf there at her side. Really good job again. Congratulations.
Thanks, Riley. Sorry about the interruption. Winning that class, we congratulate ring number 819, Tinley Harvey with Chula Vista Krista, 113K. Second in that class goes to ring number 817, Jackson Denschikoff with GH 324G British Kari, 82K. Third in that class is 818, Parker Davis showing GH Avalanche Poppy, 222K. And fourth goes to 384, Sophia Bussman with Rosie May. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. Returning after this class will be Tinley and Jackson for the champion cow-calf pair. Coming into the ring now on the pulled side, we have the second heat of pairs. We have 822, Bryn Burkhart, 857, Daphne Schaub, 823, Luke Ulmer, and 824, Lila Harvey. On the horn side, we have we have the senior division class. Ring number 914, Logan Shearling, 915, Emily Stewart, and 916, Tatum Kerr. My correction, and again I apologize to Judge LaFrance, was that the last class was the intermediate division. Therefore, the winner of that class, 911, Rebecca Passot, has won the division, sponsored by Church Ranch. Second place, 935, Chloe Wagner, is reserve in that division and has won the award, sponsored by Breton West Herefords. And the winner of this division will automatically be your Horn Show Senior Yearling Champion and, of course, reserve.
Another set of high quality females here in this senior division. Obviously, a set of females that like to fill this class up with 7 or 8 and just see where things shake out. The female we're going to lead the class with, definitely your biggest heifer in the class. She offers the most stature. I think carrying that stature, she moves probably the most effortlessly. She's smooth in her makeup, having all that size and power. She folds that into a nice front end that's super smooth in her shoulder. When you analyze her from the ground up, she's super square on those feet, but offers lots of flex and big stretch in her stride. Just super ideal female for the size and amount of mass she's carrying. Heifer in second, a little more moderate in her type, maybe a little more round and offers a little more barrel in that rib shape. A female I truly admire and select females like that in our cow herd. These are the type of females that raise super powerful bulls that kind of change the curve and offer that extra dimension and scale. Female that maybe just gets a little coarser in her head and her neck, and I know I contradict myself trying to raise bull calves and also tweak these heifers on masculinity in their front ends. I think just to kind of compete in that lead-off position there, we just like to refine her and offer a little more femininity up and through that front third. But a female you got to admire for her power, her level over her top, and how much width she offers kind of in her pin and hook setting there. And we round up the class here, a female that just maybe gets a little bit outpowered, outgassed. Just a female. Maybe we'd like to see her in a couple divisions below here, but just kind of fell into the wrong class here to compete with these top two.
Thank you very much, Judge Lewis. Our congratulations to the class winner, and as I stated, division champion, Logan Shearling with BJ's 36E Lady 5M. Second in class and reserve in the division is 915 Emily Stewart with GH Perfecto Resi ET 26M. Third in the class is 916 Tatum Kerr showing BB Plain Maria ABPF4M. The Grand Championship in this class is sponsored by Little Poplar Grove Herefords. And that goes, of course, to Logan. And Emily is receiving the awards for Reserve Senior Yearling Female from Murnack Hereford Ranch. Once again, we will be breaking for lunch at the conclusion of the female shows. We'll be finishing both shows division-wise. We will then pull the panels out of the ring and do the grand champion female in each division and then break for lunch.
Again, back here on the pulled side, a tremendous class of mature cows. I think a pretty handled place to start for me. Actually, I asked the young lady, I said, how old is the cow? She said 7. I actually never would have guessed that. I would have thought closer to 4 or 5, but beautiful udder. Teat size is spot on and spacing's right, and just a good kind of a cow. She's big-bodied, she's easy fleshing, she remains feminine. You know, she isn't the biggest cow in the world, but heck, when you got a bull calf like that at your side, I don't think anybody's going to tell you she's too modern. Really nice bull calf at her side. He's dark red, he's shapely. You like the stifle in the quarter that calf represents already. Really sound. I like the build of his joints and his flexibility. Good pair there to start. The pair here in second, a big, powerful, stout cow. She's probably the biggest, heavy-duty cow in the class. Big-footed, she's stout-boned. A little more gathered there in her teats. It ain't too bad, but it isn't as nice there as our class winner. I like her bull calf as well. He's got some shape and some substance to him. Good calf. Is definitely going to be marketable next spring. Commend them on a very nice pair as well. Our pair here in third, a cow that's a bit smaller. She doesn't have quite the condition on her, but you can sure tell she's milking like a darn. Really like what she's doing there at her side as well. A calf that's just a little bit younger, gives up a bit of performance. We just don't find quite the the same body and rib there in that cow as we do in those two cows ahead, but good solid pair there as well. Our cow here that rounds off the class, she's the other big powered cow in class. She's really big framed and long and extended. Again, probably more my concern with her is just her teat size there and her udder a bit. I'd like to modify that just a bit. But again, good heifer calf there at her side. Just like to fix her udder. Good class again. Congratulations to these juniors.
Thanks, Judge Riley. Winning that class, we congratulate ring number 824, Lila Harvey, MHPH 118U Pebbles 130F. Second place goes to 857, Daphne Schaub, SHF Oksana, B413H052ET. Those two will be returning for the Cow-Calf Championship immediately. Third place, 822, Bryn Burkhart, showing TLL 6153, Jewel 20J. And fourth place to ring number 823, Luke Ulmer, showing Sure Shot 695D, Miss Satin 1G. Returning to the ring at this time, from the first heat of the pairs, we have 819, Tinley Harvey with Chula Vista Krista. Second out of that division, we have 817, Jackson Dechnikov with GH324G, British Kari. Out of the second heat, we have class winner 824, Lila Harvey, showing MHPH 118U Pebbles 130F, and second in that division, 857, Daphne Schaub, showing SHF Oksana B413 H052ET. This division, Senior Champion Female and Reserve, is sponsored by High Ridge Farm, with Reserve sponsored by Golden Oak Livestock.
Again, just like what we talked about in the two-year-old pairs, but again, four very, very impressive pairs that these young people bring us. Sure, a lot to appreciate, and like we talked about before, I understand the time and the commitment it takes to show pairs. It's no small task, so I commend you guys on that. It's not easy and takes a lot of patience. So congratulations. We're not going to talk about them again. I think four very, very nice females out here that all have obviously proven themselves in production. They've got awesome calves on them. It'll be fun to watch them develop and get these cows and see what they do again in the following year. But this right here, I think obviously, you get these types of females. What has made the Hereford breed, viewed at by so many people is to make a cow like this, and you always have that image in your head of that Hereford cow, and I think it's very well represented out here today. So if you will, give them a round of applause for very, very nice females.
Champion in the Cow-Calf division, 819, Tinley Harvey, showing Chula Vista Krista 113K. And the reserve goes to 824 Lila Harvey, showing MHPH 118U Pebbles 130F. So they are automatically the senior champion and reserve, sponsored by High Ridge Farm and Golden Oak Livestock. On the horn side, the 2-year-old championship and reserve are both sponsored by Doan's Ranches Limited.
Again, even though we're stuck with 2 individuals in this class here, it'd be nice to have 6 to 7 and maybe watch these 2 come away with the class again. 2 very similar pairs, actually, both youthful in their own right, both my ideal udder type. Females both doing a heck of a job on their heifer calves. A little bit of difference in these calves, but both following mama's footsteps there. Both offer some longevity, some angular to that front end. Females that got a nice sweep to their rib. They're super feminine. I think females that on these babies that can maybe outdo mom. 2 cows doing a hard-working job. Maybe what separates this class for me is just the power in that lead-off cow. She still is youthful and is clean in her lines and nice in her movement. Maybe just offers a little more power. Maybe that's what out edges her today. But I think a guy can whip these around pretty good. This is a tight class and kind of what the horned Hereford breed's all about. Highly maternal and trying to raise a better calf than the cows themselves. So be proud of these exhibitors here. This is a very good class, even though we just got the 2.
Thank you, Judge Lewis. We congratulate the winner of this class, ring number 921, Emily Stewart, showing GHBB Western Lily 9L, and the reserve 919, Paige Van Sickle, showing UU 0121H, Miss Kingsley. So that those 2 exhibitors automatically become the champion 2-year-old and reserve those awards, sponsored by Doan's Ranching Limited. We're just going to finish the horn show, which is one more class of cow-calf pairs. And then we will do the polled grand champion female. This class is sponsored by Holden Herefords. The first and second in this class will automatically be the senior champion female and reserve. Coming into the ring, we have 922 Logan Shearling with BJ's 38E STD Cap 33K. We have 923 Sydney Stewart with GH Firepower Fancy Jess 5J. And 925 is Cody Shearling with BJ's 2F Miss 1H. Immediately following this class, we will clear the barricades and do the Grand Champion female on the poled side. And after that, the poled people are going to have lunch. Our judge on the horn side, Kyle Lewis, is a member of the fourth generation of Lewis Farms. He currently owns and manages Lewis Farms alongside his wife Alexis and 4 kids, Dyson, Ryland, Coulter, and Hazley. They run 1,000 purebred cows between 2 locations, Spruce Grove and Sangudo, Simmental, Angus, and some half-blood cows. They market a little over 300 bulls annually, selling all over North America. They also hold an invitational female sale every fall. Their kids are active in hockey and showing cattle. Kyle is excited to be part of the 2025 Bonanza show. I think everybody's excited to be part, but Kyle, thank you very much for your role in the 2025 Bonanza. With just one ring, I can actually get a bit of homework done. We'd like to thank, as a committee, Cash Schiller for working with us to help ring steward on the horn side of the ring. Thanks, Cash.
kind of a really nice way to finalize the female show of this horn division here. We got 3 exceptional cows doing an excellent job on these calves. These exhibitors got to be proud of themselves for the kind of cow power they brought out today, and this made it look easy, but even though we got 3 in here, they made it harder than it needs to be here. This pair we're going to lead off with, just a pair you really struggle to pinpoint a fault in. Super long-bodied, super youthful 3-year-old here, doing a heck of a job on a powerful bull calf. Kind of a bull calf he's checking all the boxes here early in his career here. He's big over his top. He's powerful in that stifle. He's got adequate testicle development. He shares the same style of foot and leg structure that Mom does. He's nice through that front end, offers some kind of sweetness and enough crest at his age there. I think really complements the job Mom's done here. The pair we're going to follow with, she's unique and exceptional in her own right. She comes at us at a little more moderate package here. She's raising a big, stout, powerful bull calf too. He's maybe even more expressive in his kind than the leadoff calf. Maybe a cow we just work with that udder a little bit to kind of take some glory away from that first place hole, but a super good pair here in our second hole. Really super moderate, capacious kind of cow. Our kind of cow we're trying to raise at home, a frame 5.5 to a frame 6, just with a ton of cow power, and you can see the job she's doing on the calf. As we round out the class here, again, a super low set, capacious cow here, doing a nice job on this heifer calf. This heifer calf was in there early today. She's been shown lots all week. I'm sure she's just maybe not as confident on that hind end, but a well done job by this cow and the type of calf she's raising here. Right top to bottom here, we got 3 outstanding individuals, and these young Hereford breeders need to be proud of themselves.
Thank you very much, Judge Lewis. Winning that class, we congratulate ring number 922, Logan Shearling with BJ's 3080 STD cap 33K. Second place is 923, Sydney Stewart, GH Firepower Fancy Jess 5J. They are automatically our cow-calf champion and reserve, and we'll be back in the ring directly, winning the banners, the prizes sponsored by Holden Herefords. Third in that class, Cody Shearling with 925, ring 925, BJ's 2F Miss 1H. As soon as we get these headshots done, we're going to ask anybody feeling able-bodied and fit and ambitious to help us clear these barricades out of the center of the ring. Typically, we just move them over to the west side, and we will use the entire ring for, first of all, the grand champion female on the pole side, and then immediately after that, we will do the grand champion female on the horn side. All right, we're just going to give the marshals a second to kind of get things organized. As the excitement level starts to build, we're about to select our grand champion polled Hereford female at Bonanza 2025. And of course, this award for many, many, many years has been sponsored by Copper Creek Ranches at Princeton, BC. Reserve in this case is sponsored by the Southern Alberta Hereford Association. And again, I would just like to remind anybody on a semi-serious note that Copper Creek is currently searching for some ranch staff, some management staff at the ranch. Anybody who thinks they would like to pursue a career in ranching in central Alberta, there are job opportunities as we speak at Copper Creek Ranch. Longtime sponsors of the Canadian Junior Hereford Show, Bonanza. Coming into the ring are from our heifer calf division. We have 357 Lila Harvey's Harvey Miss Candy ET 77N. Ring number 509, Chloe Wagner showing KLR Salad 9N. From the junior yearling division, 773 Emily's showing Glen Lee's 112 Nuance 94M. Also from that division, 539, James Rand showing A&L J&R 40K Willow 144K 127M. Out of the intermediate division, we have 779, Owen Grundy showing Glenlee's 59H Marie 48M. 571, Kylie Chantler, Harvey Miss Marvel ET 88M. Out of the senior yearling division, 799, Tinley Harvey with Harvey Monique 34M, and 379, Rebecca Hess showing kids 5F Mamma Mia 1J1M. Out of the 2-year-old division, we have ring number 616, Jackson Denschikoff with Bar RZ 35H Lilibet 21L. Also out of that division, we have 813 Parker Davis with BBSF 7G Rose 20L. The senior pairs are 819 Tinley Harvey showing Chula Vista Krista 113K, and 824 the team of Lila Harvey showing MHPH 118U Pebbles 130F. What a spectacular lineup of females. Congratulations to everyone who's made it this far. And thank you again to Riley DeFrance for doing an excellent job of getting these females sorted to this stage.
I hope every Hereford breeder here is proud of the group of females that we have in front of us right now.
Well, this is pretty awesome. No doubt about that. The quality's just been unreal. I knew, last night I guess I flew out and I was sitting at the airport and thinking, I knew it'd be good, but boy, the quality has just been outstanding. Just such a great group of young kids and cattle all the way through. Not only the kids that were lucky enough today to make it back out, but I seen a bunch of kids here today that were even on down the line that had a smile on their face and were sure keen and happy to be here. So before we say anything more, if you would, just go ahead and give these kids and cattle a huge round of applause and what they deserve. I always, enjoy getting the opportunity to do these types of events. Obviously just a little bit older than these guys, but grew up not doing a ton of junior showing, but did a little bit and enjoyed it. And I think when you guys are at your age that you are now, you probably don't realize some of the skills that you're, equipped with for later on down in life. And actually would have been a number of years ago, would have been a long time ago. I was actually thinking about that last night sitting at the airport. My mom and dad, Vern, Denise, we used to have a bull sale with some Hereford breeders, Carl and Karen Lishka, good family friends. I'd actually bought a Hereford heifer from them. At the time, Bonanza was in Medicine Hat and actually showed a Hereford heifer. I think my brother did too. So we've actually even partaken in Bonanza. And Bonanza, I think, one of those interesting ones because it's obviously large in numbers and kids and quality of cattle. And I think, you guys should be very fortunate as Hereford breeders that people like me and that primarily raise Simmental and Angus cattle, from the outside looking in, there's always a lot of talk about Bonanza. And to have a junior show of this caliber with this many cattle and a beautiful facility is something that definitely that us from the outside looking in, you can darn sure get jealous about. So it's commend you guys on that. The cattle have been awesome. We tried to stick to a type and kind. Cattle that, like I say, are cowy, they're practical in their type, they've got some performance. I'm still a firm believer. I like cattle with eye appeal. I always have and I always will, but they still have to have performance and look like a cow, and I think that's what we tried to do out here. I think, these females on both sides and lots that we sent back to the barn, they're the right type and they're the right kind. You can put them in different environments. They can raise you a bull calf that's darn sure marketable, but they can make you a really nice replacement heifer as well. So very happy with the way that the lineup turned out. And one other quick thing, as I was thinking about the airport last night, I was actually sitting beside a guy that was from Wisconsin. He owned a manufacturing company, and he was flying to Calgary for a convention this weekend. And we just made some small chat there in the airport, and he got chatting. He seen my hat box here with my hat, and he said, "Oh, you must be a cowboy." I said, "Well, I don't know about a cowboy, but we have cows." And we got chatting anyway, and he said that he actually grew up in Wisconsin. He was in 4-H and FFA. He showed beef cattle and dairy cattle, and now he manages this manufacturing company. And we just got talking about kids and work ethic and different things along the way. And he said he has such a challenge right now in his industry, in this manufacturing, to find people that even, want to show up. He said they'll come for 3-4 days, then you won't see them for a couple days. You can't get a hold of them. He said some of the guys that we do have, he said, we really honestly really don't like them, but he said we don't have an option. We don't have anybody to replace them with. He said, as a farm kid, he said, and I've hired kids that have went through, 4-H or junior programs or been brought up, and not even through 4-H, just a farm kid in general, just their work ethic and they understand that the job has to be completed and they're polite and they know how to conduct themselves in front of a group of people. And I think that's so important. And maybe at your age, you just kind of listen to me and it babbles out the other ear and you really don't, think that much of it. But I can tell you, somebody that's went through the program, now a bit older, now married, now work alongside my parents in an operation, those traits are very, very important. So I would leave that with you. The cattle have been awesome. I'd like to thank the Hereford Junior Association for asking me. I look forward to the bull show. This female show has been incredible. If you will, give them a big round of applause and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations, the grand champion female at the 2025 Bonanza, ring number 819, Tinley Harvey with Chula Vista Krista, 113K. A beautiful pair, and congratulations to Tinley Harvey. And reserve to 773, Emily's, showing Glen Lee's 112 Nuance 94M. Congratulations, ladies, winning the award, sponsored by Copper Creek Ranch and by the Southern Alberta Hereford Association. We're going to get a couple of quick headshots, and then we'll head for the backdrop when we'll do the horn show. On behalf of all the people involved, Riley, thank you for your words of encouragement and compliments on our Bonanza show. If anybody sees Casey Van Kessel, would they please make sure he takes his medication? I can only imagine his heart is pounding right now. I believe without further ado, Judge Lewis, the ball is going to come into your court now, or the court's going to be yours now. 902, Elizabeth Schaub, SKY, Sky, 112J, Nelly, 205N. 351, Maya Mackey, WBHR, Noteworthy, 1N. Out of the Yearling division, 362, Maya Mackey, WBHR Moonshine, 7M. 909, Henry Cope, showing JK 102H Sabrina, 22M. Out of the intermediate Yearling division, 911, Rebecca Passot, showing double H Reba, 210M. 935, Chloe Wagner, BR 11K Lady, 62M. The senior yearlings, 914, Logan Shearlink, showing BJ's 36E, and 915, Emily Stewart, showing GH Perfecto Resi ET 26M. The 2-year-old champions, 921, showing Emily Stewart, showing GH BB Western Lily 9L, and Paige Van Sickle, showing UU 0121H Miss Kingsley 56L. The senior pairs, 922 Logan Shearlink, showing BJ's 38E STD Cap 33K, and 923 Sydney Stewart, showing GH Firepower Fancy Jess 5J. Apparently, one of our participants has lost an iPhone. It's a navy blue case with flowers and an ocean sticker on it. If anybody finds it, the easiest might be to get it here to the announcer's desk. But if anybody happens to come across an iPhone, we have a young person, well, we have a person who would sure love to get it back.
30-minute lunch break after the champion slot.
The lunch break countdown will start 30 minutes after we introduce the grand champion horned female and reserve.
Let's put our hands together here for this horn division. We've seen high quality cattle here right from the first class right to our senior division here. It's been an honor to sort this. I want to thank Bonanza for asking me to come out and judge today. I don't have quite as good a story young Riley LaFrance has. I haven't made it to the airport yet, but everything he said, he's exactly right. When I think about the Hereford breed, I think about super hardworking families. I think about grassroots families. I think about a lot of breeders I idolize today, whether they're Hereford, Angus, Red Angus, Charolais. A vast majority of them got their origins in the Hereford breed. They got their start in the Hereford breed. I know the breed we're heavily involved with today, it has composition of the Hereford breed deep-rooted back in those pedigrees. So a lot of us breeders owe a lot to the Hereford breed, and I'm excited to be involved in this event today and really impressed with the quality. Obviously, really impressed with the youth in this breed, and I think the direction they're going, whether it's the horned or the polled event. I think we've seen high-end cows in here today. The female show's been exceptional. With that being said, we'll get on with lunch. I'd like to go and select our champion reserve, and congrats to all the families, exhibitors, and volunteers that make this event so special.
Congratulations to the grand champion horned female at Bonanza 2025, Logan Yearling, showing BJ's 3080, standard cap 33K. Congratulations to Logan. That award is sponsored by LO Horned Herefords. And 911, Rebecca Passo showing double H Reba 210M. Congratulations to Rebecca, reserve champion horned female at the 2025 Bonanza. And that award is sponsored by the Southern Alberta Hereford Association. Thank you, Judge Kyle, very much for your kind words about our breed and our cattle. We're going to resume about a half an hour from now for our bull show, and we will see you back then.
This is your 10-minute warning for the bull show. 10-minute warning. Just an announcement about the Supreme Show. It will follow directly after the pictures for the champion horned and polled bull. So for the Supreme Show, the champion semen donation female and male is needed. Champion heifer lottery. Champion bred and owned female and male, and then champion female and male for both the polled and horn shows. Three fed from one family will follow directly after right before, the champion and champion bull class.
I am seeing bull calves circling. I believe we are just about ready to resume the bull portion of the Canadian Junior Hereford Show Bonanza 2025. First class of polled bull calves coming into the ring, starting with 825 Alana Wood showing Brookhill Northern Chill 22N. 826 we have Alex Wood showing Brookhill Ninja 21N. We have 827 Elizabeth Schaub Sky Necker 222N, and 828 Teague 316 Ladies Man 530N. On the horn side, I believe Judge Kyle Lewis is ready. The first class of horn bull calves coming into the ring. Starting off with 387, Paige Van Sickle, UU6L Red Lad, 9N. Next calf into the ring, Hannah Cameron, showing GH1G Navigator, 30N. 927 is Sydney Stewart, showing GH 1404 Newcomer, 16N. 830 is Bryn Bunt, showing Sky Nixon ET, 206N. And 928 is Logan Shearling with BJ's New Mexico 2N.
Really a good class of bull calves here in our first class here to start on the polled side. I think a fairly logical class one in my opinion. For the redneck bull here, he's really good in terms of his pigment. We like his muscle shape, his length of body is really good. He's got some substance, a foot and bone there underneath him. I think a calf that definitely has got some potential to develop in a very marketable bull there on next spring. The bull here in second, a little bit lighter, obviously there just in terms of his color. He's bigger framed, he's longer sided. We like the added frame and extension this calf shows. He is one that gets a little bit flatter as we start here there back in through his hip and down in through his twist. We could stouten him up there, but good calf. We like his frame and his length. More moderate calf here that comes next. He's really deep sided. He's got some rib and some body to him. Gets a little piecier to me right in behind that shoulder. He's a little tight there in his forerib and back in through his tail head. He gets a little high there, but good calf. Just gives up some performance and some shape compared to these top two. Bull calf here that rounds off the class. A little finer bone in his makeup. Calf that's nice in his lines. He's level made. Bull that's definitely got some future. Just gets a little outpowered in this lineup here today. But young man, you got one there that'll darn sure be nice on next spring as he continues to develop. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Riley DeFrance, for your comments and for placing this class. We congratulate the winner of this class, 825, Alana Wood with Brookhill Northern Chill, 22N. 827 is second, Elizabeth Schaub, showing Sky Necker. Third place goes to Tegan Heineman, Teague 316, Ladies Man, 530N. 826 is in fourth, Alex Wood, showing Brookhill Ninja, 21N. Three bulls in the next class with a 4-5 day age spread, Riley. 829 is Daphne Schaub, showing Sky Nacelle, 209N. 831 is Camden Altstadt, HMS 25N Nirvana. And 388 is Tinley Harvey with Harvey Bold Statement ET, 80N.
Good way to start the bull show here. We've seen a few of these calves on mum there a few hours ago. Two good bulls to lead this thing off here. I think you can go either way and mix and match a few and take one from the other to kind of make the perfect bull calf here. We're going to start with the soundest calf in the class. He's long-bodied. He offers lots of stretch. Calf with good testicle development. I really like the foot on this calf. He may be, as sound as he is, he maybe gives up a little bit of a muscle in that stifle and in that twist. If you compare him to that second calf, he's not quite as soggy and overpowering as the calf in second hole, but he gets around him just simply on soundness. You really got to admire the side profile of this calf. He's a polarizing individual, big-footed calf. He maybe just gets a little lazy on that hind end. He doesn't quite stamp his back feet down as confident and as sure as that leadoff calf does. But you got to admire for his rib shape and overall body mass. Nice pair of bulls here to lead off. Our third bull is kind of a mix of the two of them. He's a round muscle, long-bodied bull. He maybe just doesn't quite tie it in as nice as them top two bulls. He's a little coarse in that underbelly, but he's a long, super extended bull. Kind of maybe a female maker kind of a bull. Good-footed bull and good testicle development. I think he just needs a little bit more lower width dimension there to kind of compete in the top end of the class. We round out with the two youngsters in the class here, calves that just need a little bit of age here to compete in the top end of the class.
Really good class here again on our pulled side. I think a class winner here that wins comfortably, in my opinion. Like his length and his smoothness. His structure is really good. I think of the three, he's the best in terms of his mobility and the angle there to his front shoulder and knee. A flexible bull. Is he the stoutest one in class? No, but I think there's enough to him. I just really like the way he blends. He's smooth and good-headed and still masculine enough. Just very complete. The bull here in second, I think really a typey calf up through his front end. He's got some presence and some extension there. He's got some muscle shape and some width there as you get right in behind him. Gets a little bit higher there in that tail head at times. He just gets a little probably a bit tighter and straighter there at his hock as you watch the cattle go. But I think a very useful type of bull that's certainly got a lot to appreciate. The bull here in third, honestly, it's not typically a third place type bull. I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of classes that a calf like that could win. He's really, really muscular. He's big topped. He's round bodied there, and he's got so much shape to him. He does just get a little bit just rounder built in general. He's rounder there about his shoulder, hooks to pins. He could be squared up just a bit, but he's big testicled, he's heavy duty, he's heavy muscled. There's darn sure a lot of use in a bull like that in production settings. So good class again. Congratulations.
Thanks, Riley, but I'm going to go back to the horn side. Thank you, Kyle Lewis, for placing the first place horn bull calves. The winner of that class and the automatic bull calf champion, winning the prizes from Fenton Hereford Ranch. The winner is 926, Hannah Cameron, showing GH 1G Navigator 30N. Second in that division, Logan Shearling, showing 928. He is automatically the reserve bull calf champion, winning the awards by United Farmers of Alberta, BJ's New Mexico 2N. Finishing that class, we have 927 Sydney Stewart with GH 1404, newcomer 16N. 830 is Bryn Bunt, showing Sky Nixon ET 206N. And 387 is Paige Van Sickle with UU6L Red Lad 9N. So once again, champion bull calf on the horn side is 926 and reserve is 928. To return to the polled side, the winner of that class was Tinley Harvey, showing 388, Harvey Bold Statement ET 80N. Second place was Daphne Schaub, showing Sky Nacelle 209N. And third place in the second class was 831 Camden Allstad, HMS 25N Nirvana. Coming into the bowl, in on the polled side now, We have the third heat of bull calves. We have Jackson Denschikoff, 858, with WON 87P British General 11N. 389, Lila Harvey showing Harvey Commissioner 1N. 833 is William Dundas showing OSR 44L Nitro 1N. 834 is Zoe Cornish showing GH 613H My Buddy 19N. And 835 is Harley McCauley showing CCR SNBR The Natural ET 6N. Coming in the horn side, the Yearling Bull Division, we have 929, Paige Van Sickle, UU 9530, Domino Lad 91M. Ring number 930, Paige Van Sickle with UU 2231K, Dupire Lad 71M. 931, Paige Van Sickle with UU 2190K, Big Sky Lad 54M. 391, Logan Shearling, BJ's Margarita 14M. And 932, Camden Allstat, Distinction.
Really good class of bull calves here on our pulled side of things. Again, I think a top pair of bulls here that definitely offers some discussion. I think our class winner is just a bit more shape there out of his hip and down in through his twist and his stifle. He obviously does give up a little bit just in terms of frame size and length of body versus the bull that's in second. I just think our class winner ties it together a little more my type of package. A little more shape there out of his hip, like we say, down through his quarter and his stifle. I read him to just be a little more extended. To me, as a little more just presence there through his front end. Really good bull. The bull in second is bigger scrotaled. I like that about him. Really, really good in that regard at this stage of the game. Like we talked about, his frame size, his length is really good. It's going to be a big, heavy bull definitely next spring. Doesn't have quite just the shape as you read him in from behind. He's just a wee bit flatter down in through his twist and his stifle, but it's going to be a big, really, really deep-sided type bull. It's certainly going to have some use for some people next spring. The bull here in third, again, really the red-necked bull here, really long-sided. I like him in terms of his depth of body. He just kind of falls up from a balance perspective. He's a little off there and concave in his forerib. I'd like to square him up from hooks to pins there a little bit, but a good bull. We like him in terms of his length, a really good scrotal calf as well. More muscular bull that comes next year. I commend this young man for that. I like the shape as I get right in behind him here, down his top and out through his hip. He's a bull from the side profile that just probably gets a little bit piecey to me. He doesn't blend quite as nice. A little bit awkward there in his tail head and his hind leg set. We could score up just a notch, but a darn sure good calf. I like the muscle shape and testicle development in that one as well. Calf here that rounds off our class. There's nothing wrong with that type of bull at all, young man. He's muscular, he's level, he's got some extension to him for sure. Just within this particular class, he just gets out horsed just a bit, but as he develops and continues to do what he needs to do, he's darn sure going to be nice next spring as well. Congratulations again, good class.
Thank you, Judge Riley DeFrance. Winning that class, we congratulate 389 Lila Harvey with Harvey Commissioner 1N. Second to that class, and also returning for the division champion, 834 Zoe Cornish with GH 613H My Buddy 19N. Third in that class, 835 Harley McCauley showing CCR SNBR The Natural ET6N. Fourth place is 833 William Dundas OSR 44L Nitro 1N. Fifth place is 858 Jackson Denchnikov with WON 87P British General 11N. Are we waiting for more bulls? Returning on the pole side now, we should have the first and second bulls from the previous two heats. 825 Alana Wood showing Brookhill Northern Chill 22N. 827 Elizabeth Schaub showing Sky Necker 222N. 388 is Tinley Harvey showing Harvey Bold Statement ET 80N. 829 is Daphne Schaub showing Sky Nacelle 209N. They are joined in the ring by the winner of the last class. 389 is Lila Harvey with Harvey Commissioner 1N. And 834 Zoe Cornish showing GH 613H My Buddy 19N.
Really good division of junior bull calves here. I think we got a set out here in front of us that are darn sure promising. You know, like we talk about some bulls with some shape and some presence to them at this stage that you know, shows some masculinity and testicle development, and you know, I think bulls that just look like bulls. They're going to be very marketable to the commercial cowman. I think these bulls cover those basics very well. To me, there's a pair of them that fit together quite well. One just a bit stouter than the other. Our champion will be the young lady here that was out of our last class. Congratulations. And our reserve will be our class 2 right in front there. So give them a nice round of applause. Two very, very good bull calves.
Our congratulations goes to ring number 389, our bull calf champion in the pulled side, Lila Harvey, showing Harvey Commissioner 1N. And our reserve is 388, Tinley Harvey, showing Harvey Bold Statement ET 80N. Congratulations on a beautiful pair of bull calves. They win the prizes sponsored by Fluelling Cattle Company for the Champion Bull, and reserve sponsored by United Farmers of Alberta.
All right, impressive set of bulls in this yearling division here. I'm going to start off with the most powerful bull in the class. He offers the most chest floor. He's the widest and broadest over the top. He's still a sound individual. He's a wicked-footed individual. When you admire his testicle development, he's kind of right where he needs to be. Just a masculine bruiser that kind of takes command of the class. I really do like this yearling in the second hole. He's the type of bull, I think he can cover a lot of ground, climb a lot of hills, and not break down at all. He's a highly efficient bull. He is effortless on the move. He's your low maintenance bull that's going to get it done all day long. He's going to sacrifice a little bit of performance at leadoff bull, but I think you can make a discussion to go either way in this lead deal. I took the more powering bull today, but two exceptional bulls. Worked down into our third place bull. He deserved to be mentioned in the same discussion as these top two. He's a really attractive calf from the side. I think he just gets a little short coupled in that hind end when you compare him to the top two bulls, but he's a nice dark color, a really square foot. A super attractive bull that this young man's done a nice job on. We follow down the class here, two long-bodied, sound-made individuals. I don't think you can pinpoint a problem here. I think they maybe just ran into a bit of a roadblock today with some high-end bulls on the top end of this class. But two long-made, structurally sound bulls that get out, move nice in this ring. Keep your heads up, boys.
Thank you very much, Kyle, for your comments and for placing our junior, our yearling bull division. This division is sponsored by Wyatt Farms and the reserve by Richard and Sandy Schrader. Winning this division is 391 Logan Shearlink, showing BJ's Margarita 14M. Reserve in this division is 929 Paige Van Sickle, showing UU 9530 Domino Lad 91M. Third place in that division goes to Camden Alstad, showing GH Distinction. Fourth place goes to 931 Paige Van Sickle, UU 2190K Big Sky Lad 54M. And fifth place, 930 Paige Van Sickle, showing UU 2231K DuPiper Lad 71M. On the pulled side, we have heat number one of the yearling bull division. We have 836 Jackson Lees, showing Blair Athol 82K Casino 157M. 837 is Sydney Stewart, showing Square D Everest 636M. 838 is Ayla Duke, showing Square D Pipestone ET 101M. 839 is Emmett Manchester, showing Manchester H244 Marvel. 436M. 390 is Sophia Busman, showing CSR 16F Dynasty 13M. 840 is Chans Alstead, showing Maximus. And 841 is Alex Wood with Brookhill Maverick 5M.
We got a really good class of yearling bulls here on our pulled side of things, and I think this bull that wins is really, really good. If he just relaxes there just a little bit, unfortunately he had to be the first one to come in. He just kind of sightseeing there just a little bit, but if you can get him to relax and just lay into himself, boy, he's really impressive. Such a neat presence there up through his front end, and to have that kind of presence and still have that shape and boldness there is very unique. He's a bull that's good at the ground. I like the bend there to his front knee and his hind leg. He's adequate in terms of testicle size, but just a really intriguing individual that at times, like I say, he just kind of wants to act like a dork, but once he relaxes and just settles in, that bull is very high quality. The bull in second, is the sheer power bull. I mean, in terms of muscle and shape and quarter and just putting some meat and potatoes in cattle, he's definitely that flavor. It'd be probably, to me, he just runs downhill just a little bit. He gets just a little bit more compact just in his general build, but boy, if you're wanting to moderate some cows and put some muscle and put some rib in him, he's definitely the bull to do that. Just compared to our class winner, I just don't read him to have the same level of presence and balance there, but that's a really good bull. The bull here in 3, he's really big testicled. He's athletic bull that's sound for sure. He's one from just hooks to pins. He wants to get a little bit rounder. He doesn't have quite that just length and levelness there that I'd like to see. A bull that he probably is one too that just gets a little bit flatter right in behind his shoulder as well. But I really like the bull's just body type and his testicle size. Just a very useful type of bull, I think, that's going to cover a lot of ground and last a long time. Bull here that comes next in line, again, structure's really good, movement's good. He's got a really nice set there to his hind leg. A little bit smaller in terms of his testicle size. I don't read him to be quite as stout and shapely just down his top and down through his stifle. A little bit off there. He's a little tight and cinched up there right behind his shoulder. Bigger bull here that comes next. Again, a lot of body in that bull. He's got some performance, a good scrotal bull. Just becomes quite a bit plainer and shorter as we study him. From hooks to pins, especially as we watch the cattle go. He's just a little more compact and just basic there in his build. Dark red-eyed, red neck bull here that comes next. Really good pigmented. We like his muscle shape and his type. He's just one to me, though, that just gets a little too flat in his body type, a little shallower there in his lower third into his rib and back into his flank. But a sound bull. It's definitely got a lot of longevity on down the road. Bull here that rounds off the class again, young man's done a good job with. He's got some muscle shape and some expression. He just needs to move better off them 2 hind legs, needs to be a little bigger scrotal. But there's still some useful parts there for sure. Just needs to be sounder for me today. Good class again. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge LaFrance. I think we're going to go right over to the horn side, get the reasons, and then I'll give you the placings on both sides. Thank you, Kyle.
We'll make this quick here. Congratulations to these 2 exhibitors, 2 impressive bulls. Obviously, bulls at either end of the spectrum. We've been kind of picking them from both sides today. We got, more of the moderate, kind of up-headed, low set, big width over his top bull to lead off. We're maybe against a bigger frame, longer-bodied bull. The gal in second did make mention to me that this bull did breed 40 cows this spring and summer, and that's sure a major part of the game plan and focal point we're trying to achieve. So I admire her for telling me that, and unfortunately I gotta judge him how we see him here today, and for all we know, the bull in the lead hold, he bred the same amount of cows, but I sure commend her for telling me that. We're just maybe going to lead off with a little more my style. Both bulls are sound in their own right. They get along on a great big good foot. We're just going to go with maybe the little more compact, moderate bull today. He maybe presents himself just a touch nicer, but you got to commend both these bulls on their individual types. They're quite a bit different in their kind. Neither right or wrong. I like both bulls quite a bit.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I'm actually going to just finish up with that class because it is the division championship. Winning the senior champion bull at this year's Bonanza is ring number 934, Daphne Schaub, sowing C. Bel Air, winning the prizes package, the banners from Fenton Hereford Ranch. Reserve in that division, ring number 933, Paige Van Sickle, with UU 9530 Domino Lad 18L, winning the trophies from Wyatt Farms. Those bulls will be back almost immediately for the champion horned bull and reserve. On the polled side, class heat 2 of the Pulled Bull Yearling Division, we have 842 Alana Wood, Brookhill Moonshine 4M, 843 Daphne Schaub, Sky Momentum 619G 103M ET, 844 Shayna Benson, PHH 22J Magnum 1M, 392 Kennedy Mans, PBHR KM Mr. Worldwide 115K 2M, 859 Chloe Wagner, KLR Stetler 3M, and 393 Sophia Bussman showing advance.
Good class again here on the pulled side. A big class that I think has some challenge and some sword to it. You know, the bull here that wins the class, to me, I'm just the most comfortable with him in terms of his structure and masculinity and muscle shape. I think he's just a bull that you kind of turn out and you breed cows, and, you know, he comes back in looking the same way he went out. He's just kind of that type of bull. He, to me, probably gets just a little bit tight there in his flank and into his forerib, but his muscle shape, his foot size, his bone work, and just masculinity darn sure holds a lot of value. The bull here in second, red-necked, goggle-eyed bull, really good pigmented. We like his body type and his kind. I think he most closely resembles our class winner just in terms of frame size and type. He's a bull that is just a little bit smaller in testicle size. We could stouten him up there just a little bit. But I just like his type in terms of his body style, his pigment. I just think there's a lot of use for a bull like that in a lot of different breeding scenarios. The bull here that comes in three, he's very masculine. I like his muscle shape. Again, a bull that just becomes a little bit rounder out of his hip and in his shoulder. Doesn't just have quite that softness there in his rib and back in through his flank, but a good, useful bull as well. Same goes for the bull here in four. Really a deep-sided bull. He's definitely deeper than both either bulls on either side of him. Good bull that way. Like him just in terms of his practicality. He just gets quite a bit flatter here from a muscle standpoint. Here from the back, he tapers back into his pins. You could just stouten him up. A bigger frame, longer-sided bull here that comes next in line that's plenty practical in his own right and his kind. He's a bull to me that just gets a little off there in the build of his hip and hind leg. He's got some extra set there to his hind wheel. I'd just like to square him up, and that would definitely help him out from a balance perspective as you watch the bull get out and travel. Our bull here that rounds off the class, a bull that's definitely useful in his type, a little bit greener, he's a little bit behind the pack just in terms of condition. Nothing wrong with that. There's just not enough genuine width of skeleton and dimension in that bull to work him up any higher. Really good class again. Congratulations to those juniors.
Thanks, Riley. Second heat, Open Show Bonanza 2025. Class winner, 859, Chloe Wagner, KLR Stetler 3M. Second in class, 843, Daphne Schaub, Sky Momentum 619G 103MET. Those two will be returning to the ring or staying in the ring for our Yearling Bull Division Championship. Third place, 842, Alana Wood, Brookhill Moonshine 4M. Fourth place, 392, Kennedy Mans, PBHR KM, Mr. Worldwide, 115K, 2M. Fifth place, 393, Sophia Bussman on Advance. And sixth place, 844, Shayna Benson, showing PHH 22J Magnum 1M. Back in the ring now, we have 836 Jackson Lees with Blair Athol 82K Casino 157M. We have 840 Chans Allstat with Maximus. We have Chloe Wagner 859 with KLR Stetler. And we have 843 Daphne Schaub Sky Momentum S619G103M ETCAF.
We've got four really good yearling bulls here on our pulled side of things in this division championship. We won't talk about them again, but I think four bulls that just cover the basics of what we're after as seed stock producers. Sound bulls that have some performance, some muscle shape, some testicle size that I think will just work in lots of different environments, whether it's, you know, bettering the next generation of commercial cattle or if they're fortunate enough to get into a seed stock home. But I think there's a pair of them that are really good. I'll go show you which two they are, but if you would, give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause and bring in a great set of yearling bulls out.
Congratulations to Jackson Lees, ring number 836 with Blair Athol 82K Casino 157M, your yearling champion bull at Bonanza 2025. Winning the class is sponsored by Olton Farms. Reserve comes from that same class. Reserve in that division is 840 Chans Allstad with Maximus, sponsored by HMS Highcliffe. Currently in the ring, we have the 3 2-year-old bulls. 846 Alana Wood showing LVSK Lumen 3L. 394 we have Tegan Heineman with Teague 22H Ricky Bobby 335L. And 847 is Sophia Bussman with Wiz Image. Just a bit of housekeeping and maybe organization. We are going to conclude this class. We are going to do the polled Grand Champion Bull. We are going to do the horned Grand Champion Bull. We are going to do 3 head from 1 family. While we reorganize the ring and assemble everybody from previous shows, we're going to go and do the champion and reserve polled and horned bull. And then these 2 judges need to come back to do the selection of the Supreme at the 2025 Bonanza show. It's a new award this year. We're all very excited about it. We're going to have a committee of 3 and do the overall Supreme animal at the 2025 Bonanza show after the pictures of the Grand Champion polled and horned and Reserve Champion polled and horned bulls.
Good class here on the polled side, 3 2-year-olds here. I think a pretty logical class winner in my opinion, just his type and kind, and bull that's definitely got some presence, but he's still masculine. I like the shape there out of his hip and down in through his quarter. Good footed bull that's plenty acceptable there on the move. He's adequate from a testicle standpoint. He's just very smooth and balanced. I think, a bull that can offer some calving ease and maternal quality for sure. The bull here in second, red-necked bull, really dark there in his color. A bull that's, I think, just very practical in his type and kind. He gets just a little bit rounder there from hooks to pins. I would maybe just like to give him just a little more testicle size, but I think just a very useful type of bull that you can turn him out. He's going to cover some ground and service cows and do what his job's supposed to do. The bull here in 3 is a big framed. He's as big as any of them in class. He's extremely long-bodied. He's dead level down his top line and out through his hip. There just isn't quite enough bull there today for me. He just gets a little flatter in his body shape, a little too flat in his quarter and his stifle. But we like his length, his extension. Big frame bull that definitely has a lot of value on a set of cows for sure. Good class again. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Judge Riley. That division was sponsored by Mans Polled Hereford. Our division champion is 846 Alana Wood with LVSK Lumen 3L. The reserve in that division is sponsored by Lamport's Polled Herefords, and the winner is 394 Tegan Heineman with her bull Teague 22H Ricky Bobby 335L. We're now going to go almost immediately into the Grand Champion Polled Bull. So once again, we're going to do polled Grand Bull, horned Grand Bull, 3 head from 1 family. We're going to stop briefly for pictures of the champion and reserve, and then we need those 2 judges and the 3rd judge back in for the selection of our Supreme individual for Bonanza 2025. All right, we're going. Tegan, are you going to just stay in the ring? All right. We are about to select our polled division grand champion bull. Leading the way in this parade is 389 Lila Harvey, showing Harvey Commissioner 1N. Reserve in the calf division 388 is Tinley Harvey with Harvey Bold Statement ET 80N. Out of the yearling bull division 836 Jackson Lees, showing Blair Athol 82K Casino 157M. Reserve in the yearling division 840 Chans Alstad, showing HMS 112 Maximus 25M. The 2-year-old bulls, we have 846 Alana Wood, showing LVSK Lumen 3L. And the reserve in that division, Tegan Hindman, showing her bull Teague 22H Ricky Bobby 335L.
Championship side of things here on the pulled side. If you would give these kids a nice round of applause, it's definitely a lot of work to bring out a bull. Not quite as many numbers, obviously, as that we've seen on the female side of things, but boy, I think we sure made up for it in terms of quality. We start right up front, with some bull calves that I think are really good. Like we talked about before, they've got some muscle shape and masculinity. They're bulls I think that you'll project on into the spring to be very powerful. And same goes as we transition into the yearlings and back into our 2-year-olds. Like we talk about, I think they're just the type of bulls that they can run breed cows in Olds, Alberta. They can breed cows in Ontario or wherever you want to put them. They're just the right type. I think that'll make a positive impact in beef production. So that's the important part of it. I commend these members on showing these bulls. It takes a lot of work, especially as you get into these yearlings and 2-year-olds. And so I commend you for that. I guess it'll be one of the last times you'll hear from me today. I've certainly enjoyed myself. Sure honored to be given the opportunity to do this. I'd like to thank the Hereford board for that opportunity. To you kids, you've been great to work with. You brought an awesome set of cattle. Beautiful facility here that Buck and his crew looks after putting together. There's a lot of events that get held here, so make sure you take the time to thank Buck. Obviously, thanks to my announcers and ring staff have been great, and obviously make sure you thank the sponsors. It's no small feat, and they darn sure want to feel appreciated an event like this. Closing, I would say, obviously, to make sure to thank your parents. It's a big sacrifice to come and do these things. It's tough to get away from home. There's always lots going on. So we encourage you to tell your mom and dad thanks, your grandparents or friends or whoever got you here to give you this opportunity. It's certainly, you should be very grateful for that, and make sure you take the time to show your respect. So with that, in my opinion, 2 that fit together very well. I'm very pleased with the 2 that I'm going to go ahead and use. Again, give them a big round of applause. We'll get you a champion and reserve bull.
Jackson Lees, ring number 836, Blair Athol, 82K Casino, 157M. And reserve out of that same division, 840, Chans Alstad, showing HMS 112 Maximus, 25M. Congratulations to everybody in this ring right now, especially to Jackson and Chans. Grand Champion Polled Hereford Bull is sponsored by Hershey Herefords. The banner, the prizes from Hershey Herefords on their way to Jackson Lees. And just on a personal note, I believe Jackson Lees is one of only 2 people I ever met who grew an entire foot in 1 year. And reserve, the Brock Hill Farms trophy is going to Chans Alstat with his bull Maximus. All right, coming in on the horn side, we have the calf champions, 826, Hannah Cameron showing GH1G Navigator 30N. We have Logan Shearlink showing ring number 928, BJ's New Mexico 2N. We have 391, Logan Shearlink showing BJ's Margarita 14M. We have 929, Paige Van Sickle showing UU 9530 Domino Lad 91M. We have 934 Daphne Schaub showing C Bel Air 3062. And we have 933 Paige Van Sickle showing UU 9430 Domino Lad 18L.
Right on. As we mentioned in the female class, really proud of all the exhibitors, the volunteers, the families, the moms, dads, grandpas. I guess when I look at a class like this, I always think back to those old Calgary bull sale pictures of incredibly huge crowds and hundreds of horned Hereford bulls, and truly a neat legacy that the horned Hereford breeds kept along. Really proud of the individuals we got in here today. When we were in the younger classes, we tried to pick some calves that had some future to them, some longevity. calves. We put lots of emphasis on soundness, foot quality. As we worked up into our older classes, we didn't have much to work with, but the individuals were super high quality. Would have been good to see some more numbers out here, but I don't know if I've ever judged a show that had this much high quality in the championship drive with as little cattle to sort through. So you guys that are coming to town, commend yourselves. You're doing it for the right reasons. You're bringing high quality cattle out, and it's something the Hereford breed and the Horned Hereford breed can hang their hat on and be proud of the direction and the future this breed's going. With that being said, thanks for asking me to do this. It's been very neat. I've learned actually a lot today and met some new people and got to sort through some good cattle. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations to ring number 934, Daphne Schaub showing C. Bel Air 3062, our grand champion bull at the 2025 Bonanza show. And reserve goes to Logan Shearling 391 on BJ's Margarita 14M. Congratulations to Daphne and Logan. Where am I?
Right here. Create from one
No,
family.
I want the horned overalls.
Like champions? Raptor W and Bonanza.
And again, my apologies, I'm getting a little slack here. That division was sponsored in the championship round by Rafter W. So that award went to Daphne Schaub on her C. Bel Air Bowl. And the reserve is sponsored by Braun Hereford's Logan Shearling with BJ's Margarita 14M. We are doing the polled portion of the three head from one family right now.
I was worried. Oh my.
So where's Are we starting to get ready for the polled three head from one family? Riley, you're going to have to stop pictures for a few minutes and return to the ring. We're going to do the 3 head, and then we'll get back and we'll finish the bull pictures. Riley's on his way. Go ahead and bring them into the ring, guys. I will announce that directly. I don't see Gabrielle or Jill. So, Judge LaFrance, we just need a single winner out of this class, okay?
Making me see colors when it's only black and white. I try like a fool and I
We'll move along at a pretty good pace. Everybody's had a long day and cattle are tired. I think a very interesting, or a good class to have. You talk about before, you bring 3 females out or bulls or whatever's in your group of 3, but from a family, and lots of us do this as a family, and whether it's the next generation becoming more involved or younger kids just starting to take off, I think it's pretty cool to see, and lots of things, like I say, what we do at home. It's very family involved in the day-to-day operation. So I think a class that definitely means a lot of value in having a class like this. Just try to find, I guess, the 3 that I thought just kind of cookie-cuttered each other, that obviously were competitive all day long. I guess we're just going to pick one in this particular lineup, but I would commend each and every one of you guys to be out here, and congratulations to each and every one of your families. For me to go ahead here today, I'm going to use the 3 bred heifers there that are second in the lineup. They'll be your first place. So give them and everybody else a big round of applause. Good class here to have.
Congratulations to the family. The entry says Emily's, but it's actually Emma, Kyla, and Becca. Congratulations to the Lee sisters on winning 3 head from one family. So now, while we assemble the entries for the Supreme, we're going to allow, my apologies, we have a horned group of 3 for one family, a horned division for 3 head.
You guys are only stuck with me one more time on the mic. I'd like to thank the Bonanza for getting me out again today. I'd like to thank Cash Schiller and Daniel Schupak for helping ring this show today. I think this set of three, you got to commend these families. They've been in the hunt all day in every class, every division. With that being said, we're going to use our use our team at the west end there, or the south end. Champion cow, champion senior bred, and reserve bull. All three of these outfits are doing a unique job, and you can tell they got their own goals in mind. So I commend all you guys. Thanks again for today, and look forward to the Supreme.
So the winner of the three head from one family on the horn side is the Yearling family of Del Bonita. Congratulations, guys. Now, I believe, Kyle, they're going to give you a second to get your picture of your champion bull and reserve. We're going to get everybody marshaled for the Supreme, and then we'll proceed just as soon as you come back. And if your pictures are done, we'll proceed even quicker. Just while we're marshaling these cattle and getting our ducks in a row, I would like to recognize the sponsors and actually the impetus for this idea. The Supreme overall was suggested by and organized and sponsored by Andrew Kopichuk and his partner Jesse Milne-Smith from Douglas, Manitoba. Andrew will be joining Riley DeFrance and Kyle Lewis as one of the three officiators for this first ever Supreme class at Bonanza. But we would certainly like to recognize Andrew and Jesse for their idea, for their commitment, for their sponsorship, and of course at this time his participation in the first ever Supreme show here at Bonanza. The cattle are going to come in as follows. We are going to start with the bred and owned competition. We will have the champion bull and the champion female. We will then do the SEMA donation program. We will have the champion bull and the champion female. We will then do the heifer lottery. There is no champion bull. I think you can see where this is going. We will then do the open show. We will do the polled female and bull, and then the horned female and bull. There will be 9 animals in the ring in the groups they showed in the previous competitions. We need a female from Lila Harvey. We need a bull from Logan Shearling. For the SEMA donation, we need Chloe Wagner. We need Bryn Burkhart. For the heifer lottery, we need Jackson Deshnikov. For the open show, on the polled side, we need Tinley Harvey. On the bull side, we need Jackson Lees. On the horn side, we need Logan Shearlink. And on the bull side, Daphne Schaub. When those animals are all at ringside, would somebody give me a sign and we'll start the entry. I believe we're going to start with the females. The first one up from the Bred and Owned show will be Lila Harvey with Harvey Miss Princess ET 216M. Sorry? Once more from the Bred and Owned division, Lila Harvey's Harvey Miss Princess ET 216M. From the SEMA donation, Chloe Wagner with KLR Salad 9N. From the Heifer Lottery, Jackson Deshnikov, Bar RZ 35H Lilibet 21L. From the Open Poll Show, Tinley Harvey, Chula Vista Krista 113K. And from the Horn Show, Logan Shearlank, BJ's 3080 Standard Cap 33K. All right, now bring in the bulls, please. From the bred and owned division of our show, we have Logan Shearling with BJ's Margarita 14M. From the Semen Donation Show, we have Bryn Burkhart, CJBB 91H Navigator 14N. From the Open Show, we have Jackson Lees showing Blair Athol 82K Casino 157M. And from the Horn Show, we have Daphne Schaub showing C Bel Air 3062. What a beautiful, impressive lineup of cattle. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your candidates for the brand new event, brand new competition, the 2025 Bonanza Supreme, sponsored and organized by RSK Farms of Douglas, Manitoba. We have asked the senior judge, the event organizer, the event sponsor to say a few words, and a major sponsor for Bonanza at 2025. No pressure, Andrew, but a few words, if you would, about the selection of the Supreme Individual at Bonanza 2025.
I guess we'll start off. Let's give everybody a round of applause for bringing in such top quality animals into this Supreme. I hate how they're calling me the organizer of this kind of deal. It was just an idea that I think Matthew Charlton and I had one day, and we said, yeah, wouldn't it be cool to do kind of a Supreme, kind of like what they do in Denver at Agribition, and drum up a little more spice to the show, a little more pizzazz, and I think it went really good. It was neat to get out here and judge with Riley and everybody here, and I think what this does is it just puts it on a whole nother level, and I think for everybody that comes here and everybody that puts in all the work and the time, all the kids, all the parents, you guys are the ones that kind of make this whole deal happen. The organizers, the volunteers, the sponsors, it's an amazing deal. For all you junior kids out here, I want you to go thank your parents, thank everybody that's got you here. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of hard work, and a lot of money to be here and do this. So make sure you go and do that. With that, they're going to go slap the two that we kind of picked, and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Judge Riley DeFrance is going to go first and select our female. Congratulations goes to Lila Harvey on her cow Chula Vista Krista. Congratulations to the first ever Supreme Champion female at the Bonanza in 2025. Congratulations to Jackson Lees, Blair Athol, 82K Casino, 157M. Really nice job for both Lila and Tinley working together on the female and Jackson Lee on the bull. Congratulations to our inaugural Supremes at Bonanza.